All right, give me a moment. It's going to take about 2 minutes or so before I get the rest of the show up and running. So bear with me for a minute. We're talking about controversies from the Trump administration as week one has concluded. So I'll need a minute to get my other platforms up. You guys know how we do it: YouTube horizontal, YouTube vertical. Um, we're going to be on Instagram Live and of course TikTok. So it takes a second to get my other what do you want to call it? The YouTube vertical stream is what I'm working on. So, but it's been a controversial week for President Trump. Week one. I don't think any of us think that it's going to get any less controversial as things go on, but week one has concluded. Actually, you know what, to be honest with you, week one for Trump doesn't conclude until tomorrow. He still hasn't officially been around a full week yet. That is amazing. He came in office on Monday. So he has not even been president for a full week yet. And we've seen all this movement. Love him or hate him, he is considerably more active than Joe Biden could have ever dreamed of being. I mean, he's done more in a week than President Biden probably has done in 6 months. So, but that's not to say it's all good, because we're going to talk about some of the controversies. But I mean, the voters do like him. So you know, when he says he has a mandate, the voters do like Trump, and that's what we're going to talk about. So let me get my uh, what am I doing here? Oh, okay, hang on a second. Let me get my shit going once I figure out what I'm doing, and then we'll go ahead and start the live up. But it definitely looks like we have a president. We definitely have a president that the people are really eating up. Um, Man, he is just essentially dominating the news, just dominating the news, killing it. You know, as they say in the comedic world, crushing it. He is crushing it. All right, so let me see if I can. I want to make sure I get my chargers going so we can start. We should be going live in about 30 seconds here. I just want to make sure everything is being charged while I'm talking to you folks, so nothing goes dead while we're on air. And I just got a fucking mess going on here in terms of charger cords. So looking in the comments, it's because we're tired of the bullshit. Well, fair enough, but you might get rid of the bullshit by electing Trump and have Trump give you just a different case of the bullshit. I mean, I got a few things I want to talk to about on that. That's an interesting comment, and there's a few things I want to discuss in regards to getting rid of the bullshit, because you're not the only one that believes that, not the only one that is happy that Trump has come along for that standpoint to get rid of the bullshit. But I do believe that Trump may come along and just simply bring us a different level of bullshit. Okay, so last but not least, we'll go ahead and cue it in. We'll start the live in 3, 2, 1. What up, folks? Once again, it is indeed your boy Tim, the handsome liberal, on a little bit earlier today because I know a hell of a lot of us want to watch football. I'm expecting the. I'm going with the predictable. So I'm going with Mahomes, and I'm going with the Philadelphia Eagles for anybody that's wondering. But I know it's an underdog type of. It's an underdog type of season. So people are expecting both the Commanders and Buffalo to do the unthinkable. So we'll talk about it. But first game starts in about a couple hours. So I wanted to get on here, hour and a half or so. I wanted to get on here and get some live time in before we do that. We're going to be talking about controversies. President Trump has had a very controversial first week. And as I was stating while I was queuing up the program, oddly enough, he has not officially been president for a week yet. He will he will have a whole week concluded as of tomorrow. Remember, he got sworn in last Monday. So Trump has not even been president for a week yet, which is why I stated he does more in 1 week than President Biden probably did in 6 months or more. I mean, just think about how much shit, whether you like it or whether you hate it, how much shit he's done in just a week's time. So We're going to talk about some of the things that I believe are worthy of mentioning before we start taking calls and running the show as normal. But um, it has not been a week without controversy. As you see on the monitor behind me, Elon Musk made the news. Now, many folks are suggesting that what Elon was doing was, I mean, I got a whole variety of descriptions. First of all, folks are saying that he has Asperger's syndrome and somehow some sort of mental illness led him to make this move. There's been more out of Elon since he's done this, which makes the notion that this was a harmless gesture questionable. So we're going to talk about Elon. We're going to talk about Trump rolling back DEI provisions throughout federal government. I want to talk to you about that because there's something I'm curious in regards to discussing. First of all, by him doing it, he's done it in places like in the military, where now they're saying some of the accomplishments of, let's say, African Americans now is not even being discussed anymore. I want you to hear this quick clip. I believe it's only a minute long, but I think it is worthy of discussing, and this will certainly come up in the course of our lives. So 1 minute, bear with me.
Some reaction to some breaking news after the Air Force has removed training courses with videos of the Tuskegee Airmen in the Air Force curriculum per the request of President Donald Trump. As a part of the Trump administration's crackdown on diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives. The Tuskegee Airmen, known as the Red Tails, were the nation's first black military pilots who served in a segregated World War II unit, and their all-black 332nd Fighter Group had one of the lowest loss records of all of the bomber escorts in the war. The videos were shown to Air Force troops as part of the DEI courses they took during basic military training. Congresswoman.
Now, let's see what one of the congresswomen said. The Tuskegee Airmen bravely fought and died for our freedoms before this nation even granted them the full benefits of citizenship. That is true. And the reason we're going to talk about this is, make no mistake about it, even though we've all heard of the Tuskegee Airmen, I think we can all say with a fair bit of confidence that there are plenty of things that minorities accomplish in the military that they never got credit for. They never. We know there's plenty of folks who committed acts of heroism and should have been given medals and promotions that they didn't get, people of color. So the few that did are now not going to be discussed. So I just, because everybody knows who the Tuskegee Airmen is, but as I stated, there's plenty of folks who didn't get credit. What we're going to be discussing is this. Simply put, do you believe what Trump is doing could lead to a reduction in enrollment in the military? I've said this before because my own grandfather fought in World War II. We know World War II ended with the surrender of Japan in late 45? I believe it was 45. Yeah, 1945, after the bombings of Nagasaki and Hiroshima. Now, I've said this about my own grandfather. I don't understand what he was fighting for. You came home in the 1940s, they're not treating you like you're free. So you're not fighting for freedom, any minority fighting in World War II. So what I'm asking simply is, do you believe stuff like this could lead to a reduction for minorities enlisting in the military? Because, like I said, you got all sorts of attributes to, let's say, heroic white Navy, Air Force, military personnel in general. Ships are named after them, bases and everything. But something like, I mean, do you see what I'm talking about? We're going to talk about that as well. Like I said, we don't block, ban, or censor. So if you disagree, we'll bring you up and you can certainly tear me a new one on that one all day, every day. And last but not least, another controversy. Now, we're talking about controversies this week. There's things that Trump has done that people think they're really great, but we're talking specifically today about controversies. The January 6th pardons is undoubtedly a controversy. Probably will be for the next 50 years. January 6th, the whole event, first showing the only time the Capitol building has been overrun in our lifetime, then showing the prosecutions, and then following up by saying, well, he got back in office and he actually pardoned all those folks. Now, obviously, right now in 2025, I don't think this will apply 20, 30 years from now, but in 2025, You're not going to discuss January 6th without the Black Lives Matter protests of 2020 coming up. 20 years from now, nobody's going to give a damn about what Black Lives Matter was doing in the summer of 2020, but the Capitol building will still be a discussion. But right now, while it's still somewhat fresh, people are comparing, well, you let these folks go, why not these folks? I want to ask you folks from this standpoint, if someone does something that is wrong and they can show you where somebody else did it and got away with it, do you believe they should get away with it too? Because that is the argument. They got away. Make no mistake about it, most Trump supporters believe what Black Lives Matter was doing was wrong. They bring it up as burning down cities and assaulting cops. Some might even suggest, as President Trump has stated, that they are a terrorist group. So if you're going to point to what they did while admitting it's wrong, then you're essentially saying, yeah, what I did is wrong, but I should be able to get away with it because somebody else did something wrong too. Kind of like the whole two wrongs making a right argument. So we'll certainly talk about it from that standpoint, but those are going to be our topics. Elon, rolling back DEI, and I certainly want to hear your opinions on the pardons of the January 6th participants. Now, in regards to Elon, many folks have stated that, like I said, Asperger's, he didn't do anything wrong. He has a mental illness. It was not some type of German salute. I got a couple clips I want to play. First, this is just somebody on the ground filming a TikTok video, but they are indeed in Germany. Now, if anyone would know what that salute meant, you'd have to assume the Germans, right? I mean, that's where it originated, right? The Roman salute. I suppose we could say the Romans. But we know Germany took that salute to new highs. This is...
Lots of people were shocked to see Elon Musk do a hand gesture that looked a lot like a Nazi salute at Trump's inauguration. Let's see what people here in Germany think of it.
No, I'm just like freezing. I can't believe that that's really happening. I can't imagine what it's gonna be like the next 4 years if this is just the beginning.
If he would be doing this in Germany, he would be arrested on the spot. I know some people might come with the excuse that he is autistic. And as someone who is autistic myself, this is not an excuse. I would never do this gesture.
We have this and we don't need this. And now we have to do some things that this won't escalate.
I don't really follow up on the internal things that's going on in the US, but let me say it like this, I'm not surprised.
America, really? You don't want that. Germany had it. Don't need to be repeated.
Now, there's a lot more than just these citizens on the street talking that I want to play you. I'm not just going to end this with some random citizens on the street saying something, but make no mistake about it, there are random citizens on the streets of Germany that think this is crazy. But there's been more since that. One of the museums in Germany had a portrait, a tribute to Elon Musk up. They took it down. So these are people in Germany. These are not Americans that don't know what the hell they're talking about. These are people in the country where this salute gained this popularity. Clearly, the Germans think what he did was reminiscent of what happened there. They're not giving him credit for having some type of autism or what do you call it? Asperger's? Asperger's? Is that what? They're not giving him credit for any of that. They see what they remember seeing in the history books. But Elon Musk himself has did something, in my opinion, that takes this to a whole new level, in addition to folks defending him. Now, since he did that salute, he went and spoke on behalf of a far right-wing group in Germany. And I want to play a quick clip. This is what he told the folks. Now, these are far-right Germans. We have far-right Americans, far-right, far-left people in every country. These are far-right. This is a far-right German group. If I'm correct, my notes, the APD rally. Now, I'll give you some of what was said there before Elon spoke. This video is about a minute and a half. Now,
fight for a great future for Germany. Fight for a great future for Germany.
There's nothing wrong with him saying fight for a great future for Germany. I just want to bring up, this is the alternative FUR, F-U-R, just like, Hitler, Adolf was called the FUR, F-U-R, Deutschland, AFD party. Now, in the speech, a lot of it is in German, so there's no need for me to play something you can't understand, even though it's translated at the bottom. I'm not going to play any of that. It's simply talking about almost sounding like Trump, how important it is to secure the border, get illegal immigrants out, referring to a lot of them as criminals. I mean, it's really reminiscent of what you heard from Germany, or from Trump rather. But I want you to hear Elon. He speaks in English, of course. I want you to hear what he says toward the end. It sounds very familiar.
Something I think that is just very important is that people take pride in Germany and being German. This is very important. It's okay to be proud to be German. This is a very important principle. I think there's frankly too much of a focus on past guilt, and we need to move beyond that. Children should not be guilty of the sins of their parents, or even let alone their parents, their great grandparents, maybe even.
He's essentially saying, you need to stop feeling sympathetic for what you guys did during the reign of Adolf. I mean, you don't have any reason to feel guilty of that. That's something you often hear in this country when folks bring up what we had in our dark past. Similar folks, just like Elon, will tell, look, I don't have any guilt for what happened 100 years ago, or even during the Martin Luther King era. This sounds very reminiscent of that. So what I'm going to say is this. I'm not from Germany, obviously. I don't know if what Elon was doing is what it looks like, or if it's something attributable to Asperger's syndrome. But I am going to say this. There's enough pieces of the puzzle in place to suggest that it does seem to look more like what people think it looked like than what folks defending him are trying to say it looked like. I mean, the citizens of Germany see it one way. He's at a far-right rally telling them, don't even be sympathetic for what you did when people were doing this naturally. It's pretty clear where Elon Musk's allegiance lie. I think we're really trying to create some type of out for him, if you ask me. But I'm going to move the program on and get it going, starting right out with Black Wing Zero for Life. Good evening, or better yet, good afternoon, not evening quite yet. Are you there, Black Wing?
Hey, Black Trump supporters, look what y'all got. Look, y'all got what y'all asked for. Y'all got what y'all asked for.
What are you talking about? A secure border and a good economy?
No. Secure border, my motherfucking ass. Okay, how about this? Workplace discrimination. Guess what? They can actually do it. It's now legal. Guess what? They just basically got rid of damn teaching the Tuskegee Airmen. Now, this is why I'm pissed off, because guess what? My family has lineage to the Tuskegee Airmen. So I'm really going like this. That's one hit hard with me. That's the one that hit hard with me.
Let me ask you that. Because I played the clip on here of the newscaster talking about that. Do you believe, because I'm wondering, do you believe that this could lead to minorities being a bit hesitant to enroll in the military now?
They already are. I'm going like this though. We're going to talk. Who would want to basically be in any branch of the military where literally you're getting discriminated on because you're basically a minority?
Well,
like this. And let me just say this: for transgender men and women, they do sign up for the military. When it comes down to immigrants, they also sign up for the military. When it comes down to low-income families, they sign up for the military. The only demographic that don't sign up for the military is literally rich fucking white men. That's the only ones. Only ones.
I will say right off the bat, if you're transgender, you're talking about getting in the military, you got to be dumb as hell. I mean, we know for a fact our government.
No, you don't. Because here's the thing. Here's the LGBTQA members have been literally fighting the military for years.
You didn't hear what I just said. You interrupted me before I was going to conclude. I was going to say it's pretty clear that our current government has no sympathy or desire to deal with the transgender community. I'm talking about right now. I'm not talking about for years, but since Trump took office, if you're transgender and you were thinking about getting in the military, you got to be insane. You're not going to get promotions. You're not going to get recognized. You can't even transition. So at this point, if you're transgender, the military should be off the table.
Same when it comes out to black people. Same when it comes out to every other minority. That's what's being more hesitant. We already getting the salesman telling out the benefits of being in the military, but not the actual side effects of being in the military. Ask any veteran that's been in the military.
Well, but you started out by saying it's okay to discriminate. What are you basing that on?
The executive order he just signed when he first got into office?
Saying it's
The
okay
workplace
to discriminate?
Yeah.
I haven't heard that.
He said he got rid of DEI.
Yeah.
Look it up. Look it up.
I know
Workplace
that.
discrimination is now legal.
Well,
You can actually discriminate. It's now legal.
I'm not 100% sure that it's legal to discriminate. I think it's taking away some of the stigma for doing so, which could promote some people to doing it. But he didn't make it up. Go ahead.
What stigma? You just signed into. Here's the and here's the worst part about this crap. He did it on Martin Luther King Day.
So before you continue, let me ask you folks in the comments. Hold on, hang on. Hold on. I'll let you continue. Before you do, though, by way of yes or no in the comments, how many folks believe that Trump has made it legal to discriminate or favors your choice? If you want to do it, you can. By way of yes or no, how many folks believe what my caller is saying? Go ahead and continue, Blackwing.
Not only that, when it comes down to racism in America, why are you getting rid of basically about veterans that literally helped us in World War II? They helped us to win. Why you ain't talking about the indigenous people that we basically had to disguise our basically soldiers from basically the Yazis? Why are you not talking about the Latinos that literally dug in the trenches during damn World War II? You're not talking about that. But you talk about basically that same fucker when he came back, have a statue of him kissing a woman off bed in the middle of New York City after come back from war. But you ain't willing to talk about you ain't willing to talk about the people of color. But I know one person that did. One person that put it on the news.
Who?
I know one person that did.
Who?
Eleanor Roosevelt.
Wait, explain.
A woman. Eleanor Roosevelt was the reason why basically where black men would get in the military. There is a picture that is world famous of three black Tuskegee Airmen and Eleanor Roosevelt getting into the plane of a Hell's Cat.
I have not seen
that. Because here's the thing though, that dark skinned dude that's putting up the thumbs up, that's my granddad.
Wow. Describe that. I actually want to see it now that you've actually stated you have connection to it. And you think Trump is trying to turn all of this back?
Dude, it's not just him.
What do you mean?
Florida got rid of Black history got rid of the die of Ruby Bridges.
So
what does that got?
I got folks in the comments right now because you opened up the show, opened up your side by saying blacks got voter remorse for voting for Trump. I had people in the comments already saying they do not. Hold on, they're saying they do not. They're saying they do not regret voting for him though.
Okay, here's the thing though, Black Trump supporters. Here's the thing though, I want to put this out here. Y'all only big here on this app. And y'all say, oh, y'all should thank Trump for getting Trump for TikTok back. Not knowing the fact that basically he was the reason why the TikTok ban was even established.
I'm one of the ones that thanks Trump for bringing TikTok back. And I'll tell you why I do that. I know that Trump, Biden, the Republican Congress, and the Supreme Court are the reason it got banned to begin with. But Trump changed his mind. So because he changed...
it wasn't him in 2016?
Huh?
It wasn't him in 2016 when this app first came up?
Yes, I'm agreeing with all of that. But I'm saying the only reason it's back now is because he changed his mind in favor of bringing it back.
No, the only reason it came back is because Elon wants to own it to make it X. Let's keep it real.
Well,
and have you seen X lately? Have you seen X lately? X is more like X videos.
Yeah, it is pretty graphic. I have seen X. It is pretty graphic.
So I'm literally going like this. After basically he bought Twitter, at least Twitter has some common sense. X, I don't know who's on X anymore. But X is like now MySpace.
A lot of people want that uncensored format though, man. You got what is his name? Zuckerberg saying he's going to go uncensored.
Perverts, racists, MAGAs.
Is this the photo you're talking about behind me?
Yes.
So
that dude is on the wing right there. The dude is on the wing right there, putting his thumbs up to Eleanor Roosevelt. That's my granddad.
Wow. That's crazy. Wow. Man.
People's coasting. He died basically in training. She didn't actually. That's a training. If anybody noticed this, that's not a real Hellcat. That's a training Hellcat.
It looks like a Piper Cub almost.
Yes. So basically, if anybody knows the story of the Tuskegee Airmen, which should be taught in the Air Force, black soldiers wasn't even established to go to war. We have soldiers that couldn't even make it past a sergeant.
Yeah.
Eleanor Roosevelt talked to her husband, Franklin D. Roosevelt, that was already paralyzed. They nicknamed her the first presidentitress. That's what her nickname was. The reason that basically that we won the war is because of that woman.
And so what you're saying is you think that I guess I won't say desegregation because they still were doing it, but you believe that the gains that she helped promote for people of color, Trump wants to roll those back.
Yes. Not only that, here's the thing. How you gonna go against the 14th Amendment?
Well, the judge stopped him, though. The judge stopped him, but he did try to go against. You talking about the birthright citizenship?
Yeah, but not only that. Here's the thing. Look it up. Look this up. You're on your computer right now. If I'm lying about this, I will give you right now. Executive order on okaying of workplace discrimination.
Wait. And by the way, when you birthright citizenship, I'm going to tell you, a large portion of America agrees with what his stance on getting rid of birthright citizenship.
Okay, send your kids to Russia, Czechoslovakia, or wherever the hell they came from. Because you ain't the only white you had American was the Playboy model. All the rest of your wives came from another fucking area. So guess what? For them, Don Jr., for Braden, hey, Ivanka, here's the thing though. Oh, you basically picking on your German.
Wait, that's not how it works though. For your child not to receive birthright citizenship, that means both parents. If one of the parents is born in America, then the child can stay. Trump is the parent that was a citizen.
Here's the thing though. Let me put this out here. Let me put this out here for real. Trump kids, all of their mothers came from another area.
Right.
The reason that he's so basically gung-ho about signing this is because Melania literally requested to sleep in another room in the White House. She do not want to be near that man.
I get she doesn't look happy sometimes in public, but you're speculating. We don't know. She might be banging the crap out of him behind closed doors.
She look like here's the thing. She look at the inauguration. She want to contact Beetlejuice.
She doesn't normally look happy, but then again, Trump doesn't smile a lot himself. So maybe that's just their demeanor. They're serious people.
Fake marriage is imploding. And let me just say this, to just be real with you, all the immigrants that voted for Trump, because 45% of Latinos voted for him, it's y'all they coming after. And it ain't white folks. Here's the thing. And it's basically us and y'all. That's it.
Mm-mm. But you think
it's basically people. It's basically people from hotter climates.
All right,
that's what it is.
Fair enough. I got to move on, but so you do see them as coming after African Americans too, though.
If I'm not mistaken, wasn't there a bunch of Haitians that came over the border and basically what happened to them?
They got caught eating cats and dogs.
They making chimichanga chihuahuas. They making Doberman dumplings. They making greens with lizards or something like that shit. Here's the thing. The dude that basically that they talk about that's picking up the ducks, which is an invasive species in that area. He was picking up dead ducks because it caused a traffic jam. That was his job. And also, since it was freshly caught, guess what? Since it was freshly killed, guess what? The meat's still good. So hunters do it all the time.
All right. And that is true. People do eat roadkill. White people that live off the grid, people eat roadkill all the time. I mean, I ran over a deer myself, and I was in the middle of in the rural area, and somebody came and got it and took it home. It's a white guy. So it does happen, but the Haitians have gotten a pretty bad rap. I got to move it on, though, Black Wing. I'll give you the last word. Go ahead.
I'm saying for Trump supporters, fuck around and find out. That's what basically it is. This is fuck around and find out season. The 38 damn, the 30, here's the thing. The part that he gave Jan 6 is saying, if you wear a MAGA hat and basically you look the right color, guess what? You can get away with anything. Like literally, there's a whole daily news video of a comedian saying, "Hey, I'm robbing a bank, but hey, I got a MAGA on. I might get away with it." And you compare this to anything that Black Lives Matter ever did. Nothing compares to Jan 6. Y'all were literally thinking the vice president can overturn an election, and y'all literally was following this piece of this orange rich cracker looking bastard to y'all doom. That's what y'all doing.
All right.
So now y'all got it for 4 years.
All right, Black Wing. Appreciate you coming on. Obviously, Black Wing is certainly not a supporter of the current commander-in-chief, but we certainly will speak to people who are. By the way, the program is indeed in session. We're talking about exactly what my last caller was discussing. I'll play a couple videos, but I want to go back to the box. Would ask that you tap the screen, get the likes up to about 20,000, if that's possible. I think there's enough of you guys in here. A good minute. Show your boy some love. Help out the program. Let your thumbs not be lazy. In the comments, what does that says? Let's hear about the Biden crime. Come on, let's talk about all the pardons he did. What are you blind? No, we're not. Biden's pardons are controversial, and a large portion of this country did not like them. But I want to, in fact, in regards to saying let's talk about the Biden pardons, that's kind of the direction of the show we're talking about, because we're also talking about the January 6th pardons. Here's what I don't get. If you point out something that's wrong, and then you do the same thing, is it not wrong as well? I mentioned earlier in the live how folks were suggesting that during the summer of 2020, burning down cities was wrong. Attacking police officers and throwing rocks at them and beer and soup cans was wrong. Trump referred to BLM as a terrorist outfit. Then all of a sudden, very similar to the pardons of Biden that you're talking about, Trump does something similar, and the only defense is to say they did it too. I'm asking that question right off the bat. If somebody gets away with doing something wrong, does that mean you should be able to do it too? Let's say we look back at O.J. Simpson. Do you feel confident that you should be able to go out and take your spouse's life as well? Hey, he got away with it. Why shouldn't I? Is that where we're going? Because many of the folks, if not all, I would say somewhere probably in the 90 percentile or more, most of the folks that are defending either Trump's pardons or, the way criticizing Biden, they felt that Biden was wrong. They felt that Black Lives Matter was wrong. But they're defending Trump for stuff that is very similar. It's two wrongs that make a right, is that not? I mean, if you defend Trump's pardons on January 6th, they got sentenced too long. They got made an example of. It was a witch hunt. This person was innocent. That's a defense. Bringing up something that you were just criticizing as an act of terror a year ago should not be a defense. If you think that what BLM was doing was wrong, why use it as a defense? Other than they got away with something that was criminal, so I should be able to commit crimes as well. Then what happened to being pro-police and pro-law enforcement? Something is confusing. I want to talk to you folks on that, though. Wait till he makes January 11th or January 6th a national holiday. You think that's going to happen there, Good Time? He's suggesting that Trump may make January 6th a national holiday. Wow. I mean, that literally is just smearing your face in it, man. Look, at that point, I don't think he's going to do it. I'll entertain it, but I don't think he's going to do it before I bring up the next caller. But if Trump did try to make some type of memorable event like that, a national holiday, then it's hard to suggest that he didn't want it to happen. I mean, it's one thing to pardon the folks because you believe the system was treating them wrong. But once you start celebrating it, now it starts to appear as if you're glad it happened. We'll see. Hopefully he doesn't do that, though. Hopefully he doesn't do that. Let me go back to the box. Continuing on with Miss Mo Betta. Good evening, or good afternoon, Miss Mo Betta. Controversial week.
Tim?
Hey, good. I haven't seen you in a while. Good to have you back on.
I haven't seen you either.
So were you one of the 7% of African American women that voted for Trump?
Now you know better than that.
I gotta ask.
It's 2025 now, Tim. Let's start this shit off right. Stop playing.
Well, when you say let's start this shit off right, are you talking about let's go ahead and secure our border, get DEI out of public institutions? Is that what you're saying?
Now, as far as the border goes, I agreed with that a long time ago. They shut it down. Let's get things in order. Then, have people come like they're supposed to come.
Come legally.
Come legally, however that works.
Okay. So you think he's doing a good job in that department then, right?
No. You know why I say that? Is because when you start allowing people to go into churches and schools and stuff to take out children and, stuff like that, it becomes inhumane. It becomes inhumane. Now, if you want to do something, start at the prison. Yeah. Start at the prisons. If you're going after criminals, the so-called criminals, start at the prisons.
But let me ask you. Let's say, for instance,
I'll give you a better one.
Okay.
Go to these construction sites where they're working at. Then, see, the thing is, we're attacking the people that are actually doing the work, but not the people who's hiring them or who's housing them. You're not attacking those people. Those people getting a pass, but they're staying here because somebody is enabling them to be here.
Yeah.
But
here's the pushback. Here's the pushback in defense of Trump, because we talk about not letting ICE go into churches and schools and things like that. His new borders are, and this guy looks like he's really the kind of guy to get shit done. He's very effective. One of the things he pushed back and said, what other law enforcement agency is barred from going into churches or schools? If crime is being committed, or if a criminal runs in a school or a criminal runs in a church, why are we the only group that's being barred from going after the criminal?
Because when you speak in a criminal sense, there's a crime that actually been committed that's harmed somebody else. Them coming over here at the border is not really harming anybody else. It might be costing maybe a little more money, so to speak, but they're not really harming anybody. Do they have some criminals? Yes, but we have American criminals, so that doesn't justify that. Yeah. It's inhumane to do that. It's traumatizing to some people, and I just think they need a better way of doing it.
Yeah, and real quick before we continue on, Ms. Mobetta, Frank in the comments asked me, did you truly see the January 6 tapes? Yes, I did. I've seen they're being let in tapes, and I've seen the tapes where they're breaking in and scaling walls and beating the hell out of cops. I've seen them all.
About them letting in, how much force could one or two officers on one side of a door stop a mob of 300 or 400 people? Yeah.
Well,
so they were looking out for their safety at that point. Like, I can't stop them. What am I gonna do? Y'all do what y'all gonna do, but whatever comes after that, that's on you.
Well, and in the defense of the Trump supporters who do point out, well, why did they get let in and then you want to arrest them? I will say this, and I agree with you. The cops were outnumbered. They weren't going to try to prevent people from coming in and get their asses beat by a mob that's shown they're willing to beat their ass. But
they were thugs.
Yeah, but in my opinion, when Nancy Pelosi and Liz Cheney running the January 6 hearings committees, they should have required those cops that were caught on video peacefully letting people in to testify, because on video, you are not doing your job, your derelict of duty. Your job was to defend the Capitol building. Here's a video of you clearly not doing that. Now, clearly, they're going to say I was scared and I'm outnumbered, but they should have to testify to that.
That's a legitimate excuse. Yeah. That's legitimate. Tim, they were kicking in windows. They were busting down. They were doing everything they could to get to their point.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with that.
If I was one of those officers out of there, y'all go ahead. Now what y'all gonna do?
Listen, yeah, but hold on. If you're one of those officers, and you do what you said you would do, you would just let them in. You are not doing your job as a Capitol Police officer. You should have to explain that before Congress. If they're going to go after Trump for doing wrong, those cops are on video doing wrong. They should at least explain it. Now, my opinion is both Nancy Pelosi.
Those cops weren't Trump supporters.
Then they need to explain it. That's what I'm saying. They need to go on record under oath and explain why they just let people in.
That's true. Yeah. That's true. They should be held accountable for the action, whatever action they did. However, I'll turn the lock on the door and I'm moving back. I'm gonna turn the lock on, put the lock on the door, and I'm gonna move back. They was breaking it down anyway.
Well, whatever the case may be, and I do agree with you there, because Trump, at least at that time, had the support of far more law enforcement than the liberals. It is possible that some of those cops believed that Trump's side was fighting a good fight and decided to let him in.
They talk about backing the blue and doing all kind of things for the blue. So who's to say that they were not for him? You know what I mean? So like they were saying, it was Antifa, it was Black Lives Matter, it wasn't MAGA supporters. Come on, let's start telling the truth about things. You know what I mean? You start off with the truth, you'll end with it, whether you like the results or not.
But by not,
that's where it gets missed.
Yeah, but by them not holding the cops accountable and only going after Trump, it looks like that's unfair, because you're going to go after Trump because you say he did wrong when we got video of Capitol Police clearly doing wrong and you're not prosecuting them at all. They should have required them cops to come up.
That's the reaction, though, Tim. That with all of that stuff, that's the reaction. Trump started this shit, and that's hands down. Even if he said go peacefully, that was after he said we're gonna go to the White House and fight like hell. Although he can't physically control what all of those people are going to do, but mentally, we see how he's the Pied Piper.
Yeah, but still, I'm still bringing up. Yeah, but I'm still bringing up. You can't go after MAGA, the protesters, because they're committing crimes and all this. When you got video footage of police officers letting people in, which would make them conspirators.
Oh, yeah, well, no, that's hypocritical. That's definitely hypocrisy. Yeah. They should be held accountable. Listen, I'm all for that. If you're right on either side. Okay. But if you're wrong on either side. So they should be held accountable. But at that point, again, it was all for MAGA backing the blue. Where do you think these blue and black flags come from? Because they were backing the blue because we're going to defund the police and all kind of stuff. It was different. Now it's different. Now the police unions and stuff are backing away from Trump because he is letting those people out of prison.
I think he'll get them back, though. Trump is really charming. Trump can really convince you of a hell of a lot. My guess is by the time Trump's term is done, the police will be back on his side firmly. He's really good at that. Now,
at this point, they really don't care. Now that Elon owns this country.
Elon?
Elon, Trump's pimp. Now that he done bought this country, and any MAGA could go argue with their mammy about it. He bought himself a country.
Do you think?
How you think he could stand up and on a national platform and hail Hitler? Stop playing. That was no mistake. That he did not do it just one time. He did it a few times.
I heard that was Asperger's syndrome.
What that stands for.
I'm hearing that's Asperger's syndrome. The guy just has autism.
Bull nuts.
All right.
That's bull nuts, Tim. See, like I said, this is why things are getting so chaotic, because nobody wants to tell the truth about this shit. They're always trying to put a Band-Aid on an open wound. And all it does is just keep spreading. The more you spread shit, the worse it stinks. And that's what happens. This man is who he is. People are he's showing you who he is. He ain't no Asperger's.
Let me ask you before I move it on. Quick, so on YouTube, he said 50 years from now, which one will be remembered more? January 6th or BLM in history?
Oh, they're gonna remember J6.
Yeah,
believe that. First of all, they're trying to erase anything that has the word black on it.
Damn.
So let's go there.
Damn.
Let's go. That's why they don't want CRT, DEI, all of that stuff, because that's attached to the black culture, to the black race. That's attached to any minority group it's attached to. They're trying to erase that.
Then how do you explain folks like Clarence Thomas and Tim Scott? If Trump is doing all of that stuff, why they rolling with him?
How dare you use those two as an excuse? Clarence Thomas.
They're black men.
He's easily bought and sold. He's been bought out with his Alistair Goon looking ass wife. Tim Scott is another bootlicker.
All right.
Those are poor. I would have rather use Byron. What's his name?
Byron Donald.
And he is a hair away from Tim Scott.
Wow.
A hair away. So you have to use kind of better examples. You could have used Colin Powell, which he was an actual Republican.
Yeah, he was. But that's different. The Republican Party was different.
Thank you.
MAGA and
I'm glad
traditional
you said
Republicans
that.
are different.
I'm so glad you said that. And for the true Republicans, there's a difference between Republicans and MAGA. MAGA is the actual rhinos.
All right, I could go into a spiel, but I got to move it on. I appreciate.
We can. We can go all day with this, Tim. And it's been a long time since I've seen you. So happy New Year. I'm still saying it to you.
Happy New Year. Happy MAGA to you. Happy new administration.
You're really trying me today. You're trying me today. You're lucky I'm excited about watching football. Otherwise, I'd stay on here and play the nines with your ass.
All right. All right, then enjoy the game. Go MAGA. Is that what you said?
No, absolutely not. And like what your caller was saying before, the thing is, MAGA keep cheering about Trump. Do you see what's happening with Canada and all of that stuff right now?
Yeah.
Guess what? MAGA is going to suffer right along with everybody else. So keep cheering. We're really arguing about the wrong shit.
We'll find out. Appreciate you coming through. Thank you, Miss Mo Better. Wow. In the comments, guess what? Says he's talking about my first caller, but I don't know if he might throw it at my second caller as well. My first caller was Blackwing. He's saying Blackwing is so butthurt. Trump derangement syndrome is a motherfucker, is what he's saying. You know, in regards to TDS, I think that's the desired syndrome from Trump, from MAGA. I think that folks are accusing people of having a syndrome that you want the name calling, right? I mean, fuck your feelings. You kind of want it, right? So I don't know. To me, it's like serving everybody White Castles and then complaining while they farting all the time. That's the only way I see it. You can't complain about people having TDS when you're literally taking pleasure in pissing people off. I mean, you can't serve White Castles and then complain about people passing gas. That's what I'm hearing. Continuing on with the program, though, I think y'all would vote for a monkey if that was the candidate. That says Creed. Now, Creed, I think you're talking about the liberals. You think that the liberals would vote for a monkey if that was a candidate. I agree with some of that. I think if we had, I said this right before Trump ran against Kamala Harris, that I think at least 30% of the voting population would have voted for a dog over Trump. I mean, there's a lot of Trump haters out there. That's why you keep hearing the phrase TDS all the time. There are some people like Mark Cuban, who said he would not vote for Trump if Biden was on his deathbed receiving last rites. Bill Maher, who you see all over right-wing media for criticizing the woke left, stated that he would not vote for Trump if they had Biden's head in a jar of blue liquid. So there are people that would vote for a dog or, as you said, a monkey, Creed. I mean, like I said, you can't complain about people really hating Trump while bragging that he does things that are hateful. I could go for some mean tweets and $2 gas. Perfect example. You're admitting you like what he's doing. So the symptoms of what he's doing is TDS. Looking in the comments, I heard they're going to get rid of chicken wings. Frank, that ain't racist at all. All right, God bless Elon Musk for hiring migrants and not you people. I got an electrified audience on YouTube. I wish I could give some of my for shits and giggles for my beloved MAGA that are on YouTube. We're running live on Instagram as well, so you can come live if you have an Instagram account. The Handsome Liberal on Instagram. We're on all three platforms. I got 4 cameras aimed at me. We're on 3 platforms: YouTube, horizontal, vertical, TikTok, and Instagram. You can come on Instagram live like my other callers. We don't just entertain liberals, progressives, or Democrats. Understand that. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone. We are MAGA friendly. Been that way since day one. We always will be. Doesn't matter what your opinion is here, folks. Does not matter. We'll tackle it. So understand that. If you lean right, come on up on Instagram or one of the other services. We'll bring you up. Looking in the comments, unite people. They love us divided. Right now, you're not going to get unity in America. I don't think we're running from a We're not running an administration that focuses on unity. Trump may be focusing on doing what he thinks is best for America, but he's not focusing on unity. It's kind of like my way or the highway. That's not really a unifying phrase, even if his way is the best way. He's not even entertaining alternative opinions. You're not going to get unity. I don't care how great you are. If you don't even listen to what other people have to say, then that's not running from a standpoint of unity. I know this shit. I'm the best at this shit. The hell with what you have to say. Then you're not unifying people. Looking in the comments before we move on. I think that says Salman. You said I have a question for you. Still state your question, but understand, folks. I'm not. Before I go to the next call, I'll just say this. Understand, I don't ignore comments at all. Doesn't matter if it's left, right, critical. You seen the guy talking about Trump banning chicken wings and shit like that. I'll read any comment, but understand I got 4 screens aimed at me with comments scrolling everywhere. I don't often solicit, but for my YouTube viewers, if you do send it in the form of a super chat, I don't care if it's 99 cents, whatever the hell it is, it makes my screen turn colors. I read 100% of those because I can't miss those. They stand out. Everybody else's comment is just white lettering. I'll read some occasionally, but I don't see all of those. Anyway, let me go back to the box. Continuing on with the Friendly Citizen. Can't be the name like that. Good evening, or I'm going to keep saying evening because we've been in the evening for a while, but good afternoon, by the way. Good afternoon. Welcome to the program. The Friendly Citizen. This is going to be nice.
How you doing?
I'm doing good. Is that your picture?
Okay. Yeah, that's my picture.
Okay.
10 years ago.
Okay.
10 years ago.
10 years ago. Okay, fair enough. So what brought you on? How are you liking the first week of Trump?
I'm not enjoying it at all. But I always enjoy your chats. I think you're really good at this. And you're ready for public access TV or normal TV.
Wow.
Because you're good. You're good at challenging people. Bring it down to the minor town debate, the mini debate. But I think what people are frustrated, why we're so frustrated, is that this guy is not a normal Republican. Like,
Yeah.
You asked about.
Yeah, he's not a normal Republican, and that's why people like him, is that he's not one of the insiders. They believe finally we have a guy that's getting things done and is not just sold out to the elite. Now, I know Elon Musk is going to come in the conversation there, but folks believe that this guy is not a traditional Republican, and for many, the response is it's about time. But what say you?
My advice to the whole country and the world is to go back and study Germany in 1930s, because there were people like, and I don't even know if we can say his whole name, but Hitler or whatever you want to call him. They succeeded when the normal wheels of government slowed down. And I think Trump always succeeds when things slow down. He muddles the waters. Now,
do you really see comparisons between Trump and Adolf?
Yeah, absolutely.
Give me an example.
You know the story about, you throw a frog into a pot of boiling water, it's going to jump out. But if you put him in a normal pot of water and you raise it incrementally, you'll kill that frog.
So America is not boiling. We just have slowly turned up the temperature.
Yeah, but he's going quickly. And I think, going to your former callers, it's not unrealistic to say that this is a man who is out to set the clock back 50, 60, 70 years. On rights of minorities. He wants to put us back in our place, so to speak.
But Friendly, he literally won, and I don't mean by got a lot of votes. I mean he won the Hispanic male vote. How could he be taking us back 50 years and have that happen at the same time?
He won, and he got a lot of because there's a lot of sexism and racism still in this country. All right, let's look at basic facts. Because if you and I, as a Latino male and a black male, were part of January 6th, or if that crowd was entirely black and Latino, we would have been shot and killed in the first 5 minutes, man. So there's white privilege, there's deep racism, there's deep sexism. I think Kamala was a strong candidate. She did a perfectly good job as a candidate. The country, including black men and Latino men, I hate to say, I'm embarrassed to say, were not ready to see a woman president. But here we have a guy who I'm convinced, I majored in politics. His goal, he's trying to undermine the Constitution. And he's he's putting a great deal of stress on it, and he wants to panic us. He scares us, but by saying outrageous things, and he's largely succeeding because he's bullying.
How did he? So I hear maybe you gave me an answer in there somewhere, but I got to get clarity.
Yeah.
How did someone that's doing all of these awful things you suggest? How did he end up winning the Hispanic male vote? Because you're Hispanic, you're Hispanic yourself, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you. I grew up in the city. I grew up in the South Bronx. I know the mentality. Unfortunately, and I'll just say it. Voting now has become like a popularity contest. People aren't really, as well versed in the Constitution and what's proper and what's not proper. A lot of people voted for Trump because he talks strong, and gets things done. Well, hell, go live in Russia under Putin. You'll have somebody strong, gets things done. They don't realize the larger picture here, what the Constitution, how dangerous this guy is. Now, if you want to, immigration, that's unleashing a lot of racism. That's a fire that is very dangerous to contain. Look what happened in Germany. Trump lost my support completely. If you want to say he's pushing immigration, then why didn't he support the bill that was bipartisan to bring in more judges and things to expedite?
Because he wanted to get in office first. If he had supported,
exactly, yeah. But he's not genuinely a governance type of person. He's riding the waves of racism to build his power. And I think it's at a dangerous point. And I have to admit, sometimes I get frustrated even on your show when I'm listening to you because I like the way you do it, but it's over intellectualizing the mini debates. Overall, our democracy is at risk. I mean, this guy's knocking over the pillars little by little. When you're talking about, let's talk about the military. My brother enlisted in the Marines. The military used to be a meritocracy. If you were good, you got promoted. Now he wants to basically take that away from anybody of color.
Where's the evidence of that, though? I mean, I don't know. Is there evidence?
There's a woman, Fagan, who was the highest level female in the military, and he took her out of office because he said she was too DEI oriented.
Well, but his argument is the reason why he took them out is because they are not the most qualified. Is that they only got the job because they were a female or a person of color.
He can't prove that. I mean, why do we give him so much credence when this is the man who went around saying, I won the election, when everybody in the freaking globe knows he did not win the election? He just loses credibility. And I think I'm starting to side with the group of people who say we can't normalize his arguments, because at the base of it, it's racism and it takes us backwards, not forward. And we need the Constitution to stand up. And we need the senators to stand up in his own party.
Yeah, but the man won. And I see somebody said, will the Gulf of Mexico lower prices? Will the Gulf of Mexico? Huh?
Yeah, the Gulf of Mexico lower prices. I don't know how that transcends anything here. I'm saying...
Oh, yeah, what he's asking is, by renaming the Gulf of Mexico, will that have anything to do with our economy? And the answer is no. No, it won't.
Yeah, he just pisses us off.
Yeah, that's pretty much what it's about.
History, Americans, we don't know the history well enough. And this guy, he's succeeding. Democrats, we tend to panic, but we're for a fair government. Why is that we're for law and order? Like, how can this Republican, Donald Trump, okay the abuse of police officers that one day? I mean, I love going back to that day because it just shows the hypocrisy. And I'm sorry, he rotted his candidacy. I can never take him seriously, and we all need to see that. What this man is about.
But the argument is going to be that some folks on January 6th, they literally made an example of them. They got overpunished, or they had, they just were angry at Trump, so they took it out on his supporters. How do you respond to that?
They're angry at Trump. Not true. We have evidence. I trust the Department of Justice. They got video. They got evidence. They could have gone after. They had a list of 200 more criminals they wanted to go after, but they didn't have the time.
Yeah, but they've convinced folks that the Department of Justice, their work cannot be trusted because they've been weaponized.
I don't buy that. The evidence doesn't support it. Trump can say that all he wants. I mean, I know growing up in the South Bronx, man, the city, we had looting going on in the Black House. I know between right and wrong. If my president didn't win, I don't go storm the Capitol because he told me to come storm the Capitol. I mean, the audacity of the folks who went down there, and they're stupid enough to follow somebody. The president said, "Come down and raise hell." I'm embarrassed by them, and I'm also embarrassed by the people of color who voted for him. I just think he's really. I mean, I tell minority voters, this guy is not for your interests. He's taking us back, and I think sometimes we're normalizing them too much, and we need to call it out. And it's a difficult challenge we're in the middle of, because the media is not sure how to do it. He says outrageous things to distract us, but he's really, he's trying to end up as dictator.
Well, he's here for 4 more years. I got him moving on. We'll see, but he is around for 4 more years, man. Appreciate it.
I appreciate you, man. I appreciate you.
And thanks for the compliment. You're welcome anytime. Thank you.
Thank you.
You too. All right, moving on with the program. I do want to bring up an Instagram. I haven't done that yet. We'll see if it works there. They were misinformed. They are non-believers. I don't know, Mr. Mobetta. Real quick, I tried to bring in one of my Instagram viewers. I'll try it again. There you go. Arshafine. Good evening. Good afternoon. I'm all over the day. Wow. Good to see you live. Wow.
Well, yeah. Well, I was, for some reason, my Apple server won't let me resubscribe.
Really?
On TikTok. So I was trying to re-up my subscription with you, and over the last few days, and it's like, we're sorry. Due to your internet connection, we cannot connect to your Apple server. And my internet's fine. So I don't know if it's still like that weirdness with...
Yeah, I see Dencal is saying mine too. Wow,
Yeah.
that's crazy. Now, maybe it's because Trump only gave it for a limited time or something. I don't know, because right now TikTok is still in the balance. I don't know if that's it.
Yeah, so I can't comment. It won't let me because it says subscribers only.
Let me see if I can. I'm gonna open that up. Hang on a second. I'll make sure that's opened up so everybody can comment. Wow, that's crazy. Okay, well, it's good to have you over here on the Instagram side of things. So, one weekend, what say you? Did we lose you? I got a frozen screen here of Arshafine. I don't know if I just lost her on Instagram. Maybe we did. I'm going to have to, I'll see if I can reset Instagram. We'll continue on. I did open up TikTok. Arshafine, sorry if whatever happened there. I don't know. But we'll start up Instagram and continue with the program. Elon Musk is buying MSNBC. Wow, that would be a gangster move. If Elon Musk if they went around and purchased some of the liberal outlets and flipped them, but while many on the right would probably favor him doing that to shut up the liberal networks, I gotta say that if you were okay with something going one way and you would not be okay with it in reverse, you're being hypocritical. And I'm pretty sure that the right would not like if let's say George Soros bought up Fox News, Newsmax, and OAN and turned them all liberal. The right would they would go apeshit about that. So if Elon Musk purchases MSNBC and flips it right, I'll just say this. That is a loss for journalism. I don't care what side of the aisle you're on. You should be able to engage in media from the other side. You don't want one side, no matter what side it is, you don't want one side buying up all the media. MSNBC is a big media outlet for the liberals. If he buys that and flips it, I mean, there's all sorts of YouTube content you can go to, the Parkman Show and all of these, different shows on YouTube. But MSNBC for cable news is probably the biggest liberal outlet there is. So, but I'm sure that if he has enough money, MSNBC would sell it. I mean, at the end of the day, they're there to make money, but that would be a loss for journalism for us Americans. That's all I see it as, because even if you lean right, even if you favor Trump, you will admit he's not 100% honest. He's been caught in lies. Now you don't have anybody on the other side to point him out. So he can just say any damn thing to you, and you got less and less critics to tell you the truth. So I'm not a fan of that. To me, I hope that doesn't happen. He said one day he will lower prices his portion. Well, a lot of things he promised on day one, including the war between the Ukrainians and the Russians, was supposed to be, according to Trump, that was supposed to be settled before he even became president. True journalism is not biased. Says, well, true, you can watch your nightly news, and a lot of that's unbiased. Your 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock news, it's 30-minute. I mean, a lot of that's unbalanced, but there's a lot of biased news out there. And this is one of the reasons Fox News claimed it came about, is because the conservatives had nowhere to go. The cable news outlets, the news media was unfair. You had nothing but left-leaning sources, and there was no right. Well, if it was wrong at that point, flipping it in reverse doesn't make it any less wrong. This is the whole argument I'm making in regards to BLM versus January 6th. All of the January 6th sympathizers, the ones that are defending Trump's pardon, all saw what BLM was doing was wrong. Trump called BLM a terrorist outfit. So when Trump pardons people that does essentially the same thing, because you're comparing the two, why is that any less wrong? It's literally a case of two wrongs make a right. Well, you let them get away with it, so let us get away with it too. That is an admission then that you're doing wrong. Just the very fact that you're bringing up BLM and the riots and looting of 2020, the very fact that you're bringing that up as a comparison to J6 means that you're kind of admitting what happened was really, really wrong. You just believe, well, they got away with it, so I should be able to as well. But you're admitting it was wrong. Looking in the comments, decided to check out the Instagram live feed. Appreciate you coming here there. Stromback Photography. I'll try it again, bring up another guest. I don't know what happened with Arsha. Continuing on, Michael, good evening. Mike, welcome to the program. I know who owns what, and it's fucked regardless, says Shix McNasty. Yikes. Mike, good evening.
How you doing?
I'm doing good, doing good. What brings you on? What are we getting wrong over here?
Well, I'm not really sure. I just know that January 6th was an FBI setup by the same FBI agent from Detroit who set up the Whitmer kidnapping plot, where he had 12 informants slash FBI.
What were they trying to do when they did the setup on January 6th? What was the goal of the FBI in your opinion?
The goal was to catch them in a plot to
catch who?
Make them look horrible. They had Antifa in the crowd. They showed them changing. It's on video. The Antifa people put on.
So you think the leader of the Proud Boys and Oath Keepers, they were part of Antifa? I mean,
no, there was actually Antifa people. There's actually a movie on X that Nick Searcy did uncovering all this. Plus, you got Tucker Carlson's Purge. That's how I know that the FBI agent in Detroit who said,
wait, but didn't Tucker Carlson wasn't he part of the huge Fox News Dominion lawsuit settlement? Does he really have credibility?
Yeah, he does.
So you believe him on the Dominion thing too?
I lived in Michigan in 2020. I was awake at midnight when they suspended the election. Trump was up by 1.8 million votes with only 1% of Wayne County left to be counted. And Wayne County only has 1.6 million people. So what's 1% of that? And then, wait, there's more.
Go ahead.
And then, the ballot showed up between 3 and 4 at Cobo Hall, and they put cardboard on the window. And then over in Muskegon, they sent it to the police that there was disparities with one voter who turned in 8,000 to 10,000 ballots, mostly in her handwriting. And they sent it to the FBI, and the FBI dropped the ball. And Michigan, the state police did the investigation and found that was true in 2023.
Okay. Now, I'll respond to a couple of things you just said. I jotted down some notes. You mentioned putting cardboard on the window, and one person turned in 8,000 to 10,000 ballots in their own signature. Now, my analysis, because I watched 2,000 Mules like 6 times. We've done many shows. What you're saying kind of sounds like some of the stuff Dinesh D'Souza talked about. Here's my issue, and I've said this many times, and I'm not going to dispel anything. Let's say, for instance, I don't know, but let's say what you're saying is true. The problem I have is this. What you're saying makes things look like something suspicious or nefarious is going on. It doesn't mean he won. It means somebody looks like they're cheating. The problem I have here is Trump didn't say suspicious stuff happened. He jumped up and said, I won by a landslide. Like, for instance, you said put cardboard on the window, which means they could be cheating on the inside of there. How do we know they're not cheating? How do we know they're not cheating on behalf of Republicans? Why is the assumption that anything that looks wrong has to be being done in favor of the Democrats?
No, there were some Republicans that got caught cheating.
So where's the whole I won by a landslide coming from?
Do you actually think Joe Biden could get more votes than Obama did?
I think that Joe Biden had so many folks that did not like Trump at the time that his voter total was artificially inflated by so many folks with, as you guys call, TDS. So I don't know. Trump wasn't around when Obama ran. He was around when Biden ran the first time. A lot of Biden voters were not for Biden. They were against Trump. So I don't know.
Well, in the last election, it should have been the same amount of people that hated Trump.
No, because now Biden has a record to run on, and people thought he sucked. So it's not going to be the same.
Well, that's the thing I don't understand is why they're not investigating the oligarchy.
What do you mean?
The Speaker of the House, I can't remember what his name is, met with Biden to ask him why he stopped exports of liquid natural gas to the Europeans, which enabled Russia to sell liquid natural gas to fund the war that the taxpayers in America are funding on the Ukraine side.
Okay, but see, you're switching topics. Wait, hold on. We're still, we'll get to that, but I'm telling you in regards to the election, jumping up and saying you won by a landslide, I don't see evidence of that. I heard Giuliani say they were passing around USB drives like vows of Christ. How do you know what's on them? So my issue is Trump jumped up and did not say anything about suspicious activity. He jumped up and said, I won by a landslide. Where is the evidence of that?
They track everything.
And who?
I also know the ballots were like, well, wait. I worked at a distribution center, and one of the truck drivers told me that his truck driver buddy, who was a Democrat, got 20 ballots mailed to him in the state of Michigan. I went into a Dollar General store, and I just happened to start talking to the clerk, and she said, and I told her about that, and she said, yeah, that's funny, because I vote Democrat, and I got 3 ballots.
Okay.
And I said, I don't vote independent. I got 1 ballot. My father votes Republican. He only got 1 ballot.
Okay.
I know that they were stuffing the ballot boxes.
And you're telling me that is not one single Republican received a bunch of ballots?
Not that I'm aware of.
You're one human being in the country of 350 million, right?
Right, but I can speak about Michigan because Michigan's where they were sending out unsolicited ballots, which went against what the legislature wanted. That's why I don't understand why they couldn't investigate this better, because it's the state legislatures who decide how they're supposed to vote.
Yeah, but this is where I keep talking about. You're pointing out things that look suspicious. None of this defends Trump's claim that he won by a landslide, though. None of this does.
I would say the fact that he won by a landslide against Kamala Harris because they made it too big to rig is proof.
That ain't what Biden had a record to run on where even a lot of the liberals believe he did a shitty job on the border. That is a big difference than what he was dealing with when he ran in 2020. He didn't have that on his record. That's why he lost. And also his declining health was far more visual after the June 27 debate. All of that plays into what his numbers look like this time versus last.
So you're saying the Michigan State police investigation is false?
No, I'm saying if we go with everything you're saying being true, it shows that there is things that look suspicious in the 2020 election. It does not say Trump won by a landslide. Why is he saying that?
Because he did. If they hadn't have,
where's the evidence? Give me solid evidence that he won by a landslide.
I gave you the evidence for Michigan.
No, you didn't.
How do you win the election in Michigan if there's 1.8 million votes a Trump lead, and there's only 1.6 million people in Wayne County, which includes Detroit, and 99% of that precinct was in?
And everybody in that state, the powers that be, the courts, even judges that were appointed by Republicans, they just all decided in sync to go against Trump.
We had a Democrat governor, And a Democratic.
It ain't just the governor, though. I mean, because we can say the same thing about the state of Georgia that had a Republican governor. They also said he lost there.
But then they found out during the campaign this time that there was oddities in Georgia.
I keep saying, I'm not disagreeing with you on the oddities. I'm saying, where is the one by a landslide? Oddities don't, if you go to work and you leave your front door open and you come home and see your door halfway open, that's an oddity. Your house is not safe. That doesn't mean anybody broke in there, though. Pointing out oddities does not automatically equate to a bad act taking place. That's what I'm trying to tell you, is that you can point out them putting I'm writing your notes down. You can point out that they're putting in cardboard on windows or passing around USB drives or 8 to 10,000 ballots or something. None of that equates to him automatically winning by a landslide, is what I'm telling you.
And the reports of them running the same ballots over and over again, not clearing the machine.
How do we know those ballots weren't in favor of Republicans?
Every single one of the states that stopped counting, all the votes went to Biden in every one of those states.
I haven't seen any evidence of that. You're saying once they stopped counting, every single vote went to Biden?
Once they stopped, whenever like Michigan stopped at midnight, the other states like Wisconsin, I don't know if they stopped at midnight.
So not one vote for Trump.
The next day.
So in the state of Michigan, after midnight, Trump did not get a single additional vote.
No.
I've never heard that before. I don't believe that's true. From midnight on, Trump got 0 votes.
They stopped the counting and then they started sending ballots to Cobo Hall between 3 and 4 in the morning.
Okay.
Where they put cardboard on the windows. They even have video of people reaching under the tables and pulling out ballots out of bags.
How do you know what's on the ballot?
Trump didn't win any extra votes from him.
Well, I don't, as far as I'm concerned, I can't disagree with you, but from what I've heard, what you're saying is not true, so I have to leave it at that. I have not heard that from midnight on, not one single vote in the entire state of Michigan went to Trump. And for some reason, they don't like you on TikTok, but you're certainly welcome to stay here, but I haven't heard that.
Freedom of speech.
Huh?
They don't like freedom of speech.
Yeah, I do agree with that. We certainly entertain freedom of speech here, so we would never ban you, but I do understand some folks don't like it.
That's why I follow you.
Thank you. Appreciate that, man. Appreciate that. But if you bring up things that did not look right on the liberal side, how do you respond to the fake electors?
Which ones are you talking about? The ones from January 6th?
No, the ones in Georgia that pled guilty to trying to go into election environments and get control of the machines and all that. The ones that were in in Wisconsin that pled guilty. There were ones in Arizona. There were fake electors. Rudolph Giuliani was one of them. Sidney Powell, another Trump lawyer, was one of them, cheating on behalf of Trump.
They should be punished for that.
But that's the point I'm making, is we can't say that there was fraud in the election and Trump won when we can point out fraud on the other side.
Yeah, but there was no fraud showing that one person turned in 8,000 to 10,000 ballots. There is video of people coming up there and turning in a bunch of ballots from their cars.
You do realize as a fake elector, I can actually swing the entire electoral college vote of the whole state. I don't have to do it one ballot at a time. Those folks were going in and actually putting themselves in a position to control the electoral college vote for those states. They're not doing it one at a time. They're taking the whole state at once.
Right, I understand that. Just like the oligarchy put Kamala Harris in charge and put her into the general election. It should have been a broker convention where the delegates at the convention decided who they wanted to replace Biden.
I can't really speak on that because that happened under Trump as well. I played videos on the program as well that even when Trump wanted to run for re-election in 2020, there were states that did the same thing for him. It just didn't get big news. But there were 4 Republicans that wanted to primary Trump in that year. And I think Kansas is one of the states. I played the video on here, but it happened and the right didn't have any problem with it. And then all of a sudden when Kamala Harris got the gig without a primary, they suddenly saw a problem in it. But it did happen under Trump as well.
I voted for Trump in 2020, both elections.
Yeah, every state didn't give the people a chance to, though. I'm talking about there were Republicans that wanted to primary him. So there were people that wanted to run against Trump for the Republican ticket, and they were prevented from doing so.
There was like 12 candidates for the Republican Party.
No. I'm talking about in 2020 when he was running for re-election. There was no primary against Trump because they stopped it from happening.
Well, then why did I vote if there was no primary?
Because you voted in the general election.
I voted in the primary and the general election.
Not in 2020. You didn't.
Yes, I did. In Michigan, I did.
Give me the other candidates that you had a choice to vote between.
I don't recall who they were now.
I don't recall them either.
The other one I liked was Ted Cruz, and that was 2016.
Okay. I'm not aware of a primary in 2020 or any of the candidates that were in it. And according to you, you don't know who they were either.
Because I was following Trump. I already decided I was going to vote for
him. I was following the left, and I know who was in it. I know Chris Christie and Ron DeSantis and all them were in the other one. So you don't have to follow the guy to know who's running against them. You know, Nick, you followed him this time. You know he had to run against Nikki Haley and all of them. Why don't you know in 2020? I mean, folks who followed Hillary Clinton are aware of all of those folks from Andrew Yang on down that ran against her in the primary. Why wouldn't you know who ran against Trump? I don't know. My caller must have got a call. He's still there, but he's frozen. So I'm moving on. You're welcome back anytime, sir. I forgot the name of the guy, but you're welcome back anytime. Like I said, you don't have to have the same opinion as a host. I understand that. Looking in the comments, he was the incumbent who automatically put Biden on the ticket before he got ousted. We say he was the incumbent. I don't know who you're mentioning. An incumbent president doesn't need a primary if there's no challenge. There were challenges, Mike, though. That's what I'm saying, that there actually were challenges to Trump getting reelected. I'll see if I can find a video, but they prevented him. I think that's like I said, the state of Kansas, I think the state of Oklahoma, they just denied those individuals a chance to run against Trump. They just gave them their electoral college votes and propelled them to the top. So it has happened before. It's just it didn't get the same attention. And then all of a sudden, when Kamala Harris got the gig, well, there should have been a primary. Well, you could have asked that in the previous election, and we didn't do that. Looking in the comments, somebody said apparently both Bushes did the same thing as well. All right, I know it's happened before. My point is this: I know for certain on Trump, it happened before because I covered it when it was happening. So I know it happened under Trump. And at that time, most MAGA didn't give a damn that those other folks they were like, they ain't got a chance to win anybody. Nobody know about them, whatever. But they were prevented from running against Trump. Sarah Palin ran against Trump in 2020. Is that true? No, I haven't heard that. That can't be true. Shiv McNasty, that doesn't matter whether he knows about history or not. You don't know anything about his medical side. I'm assuming you're talking about Elon and that. Before I continue on with the program, I'm going to ask that you folks tap the screen, get the likes on up. 20,000 if we can. You know how we run the program. We don't block, ban, or censor. By the way, if you favor this type of open dialogue from all sides of the aisle, without the host trying to dictate how you should speak or what side of the aisle you should take, then you're in the right place. I'd ask that you follow the program, a subscription on YouTube, if you will. Monday through Friday is when you'll generally find us here. Sweet Lord, getting over here was a chore for an old guy. Mr. Realistic, well, I'm glad to have you over here on Instagram. Let's try it again with Instagram. I know I tried to bring up Arshafat. We'll try it again. See what happens here. Why are the Democrats against voter ID? I don't know. And in my opinion on that is, I don't think there's any excuse for a full-grown adult to not have an ID. There are fights that are worthy of fighting, but fighting for somebody with no ID to be able to vote, I can't agree with that. I don't see any issue with requiring an ID. Now, if you start requiring gun permits and not college IDs and all that bullshit, in my opinion, what they should do, I'm fine with requiring an ID. Just give it to them. Just give everybody in the country a voter ID. I mean, How much does it cost to take somebody's picture, put it on plastic with a signature or something, and make it in bulk? You probably could hand those out for a nickel a piece. Don't just require ID, give it to them. Anytime when you go down to get your driver's license renewed, they'll give you a voter ID card that lasts for 10 years. I don't see any reason not to do that. And they can have a number on it or whatever. So if you commit a felony or some violation, they can put the number in the system so that ID cannot vote. Just give it to them. Now, I think the right would be against giving it to them. They would start talking about the cost of some bullshit because I don't think the right wants everybody to vote. But it is what it is. I'd say give it to them. My caller, can you hear me on Instagram?
Hello?
Hey, you got an echo.
Hey, how's it going?
Are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right. Okay. How you doing?
I'm doing good. Good to have you on. What brings you on?
I was just here because I was listening to this. I just randomly found you on YouTube, and I wasn't sure where you were sitting on the aisle. I assumed that you were a liberal, or I don't know if you're a liberal or conservative, because I heard you defending Trump, and then I heard you going against him at one point. I wanted to see where you was going with it.
I lean left on a lot of social issues, but I don't see Trump as the bad guy either. I mean, some of his policies are good, but socially, I tend to lean left.
Gotcha. All right. Then besides that, I just wanted to talk about how I believe Trump is the greatest asset China ever had.
Oh, my God. Based on what?
Based on the fact that, one, he's basically destroying our defense allies, like our allies in defense. I mean, he's destroying the relationship with our allies, the tariffs he want to do on China and Mexico, basically running Mexico into the palms of China. Now he's talking about taking over the Panama Canal. He said China has control of them. They don't have control of them right now, but the rate they're going, they're definitely going to give it to them. All these different things like that. And basically, China just has to sit back these next 4 years, let Trump do what he do, and everybody's going to run to them in their pockets.
Wow. So you see countries south of the border allying with China because of how Trump is talking.
Yeah, very clearly. For an example, the president of Mexico, not too long ago, when Trump started doing the whole, I'm going to start tariffing Mexico, all this different stuff, China had a diplomatic meeting happening in Mexico where she wasn't going to attend. She was actually coming here to the U.S. for something else. She canceled her trip here just to go and meet with Xi Jinping the same week that Donald Trump basically started insulting her. So he's right here like, well, why would I go to y'all if you're just going to talk crap on me? I'm going to go to the guys who's basically rolling out the red carpet for me.
Yeah. I think some of that could be saber rattling from those countries to kind of be indicating to Trump, if you keep talking shit, we will do this. But also, I would hope that folks would at least hold their horses for at least 4 years, because understand, I do realize and agree with you that most of our allies want the traditional America back. Most of our allies are not big fans of MAGA or Trump, but they do have to acknowledge he only supposedly has 4 years. So don't make a rash decision based on a guy that may be gone in 4 years.
In terms of civilizations here, 4 years is big for a country.
Yeah.
So one country might go and be like, hey, yeah, Trump's only president for 4 years. We don't know what he's going to do in that 4 years. Countries don't like unpredictability. Being unpredictable is a massive defect in terms of how they're going to deal with you as a political ally or opponent. You being unpredictable makes other countries go, you know what? Why would I go with you, who I don't understand, when I can go with someone else who I very much do understand, who I know for a fact don't screw me over?
Here's the problem. There are so many members of Latin America that live in the United States legally. If they go with China, that really changes the balance. If China all of a sudden starts getting it,
change the balance of power on our side of the world for the first time in history.
I don't know about
for the first time in American history, it will absolutely change the balance of power on
Right.
our hemisphere.
Do you think America would allow China to start sinking its teeth into some of the southern, countries that are south of the border? You think America might try to interfere with that?
The way I look at it is, if China tried to reach their hands even further in, there's only one of two things I can see happening. One, we're going to either militarily intervene, or we're going to economically intervene. We're not going to go military-wise right away. We're going to start economically by doing things like embargoes and things of that sort. We're going to screw over South America more than we have in the past if we do those things, like what happened during the Cold War. For an example, back during the Cold War, remember, Argentina was one of the third richest nations in the world. But we embargoed the hell out of them and basically turned them into what they
Yeah,
were.
but here's the difference, though. And I know because when Venezuela is refusing to accept some of their immigrants back, and the Trump administration is threatening to use, embargoes and go with their economy. And my first question is, how much more damage can we do to the Venezuelan economy than we've done already? But here's the push. Wait, hold on. Here's the counter to what you're saying, though. Our embargoes are only as effective as how our allied nations view them. So now, I'm under the Trump administration, if he starts saying that NATO member nations will no longer deal with you on the import-export market, Trump has pissed off enough allies that they may say, no, we're going to continue doing it.
That's not true at all. When you embargo a country, you basically put like
Oh, you mean a military shield around them?
Their range and say, if you come close to this country, we're going to shoot.
Yeah, you mean like a military shield?
Yes, that's what an embargo is.
Wow.
That's like literally forcing trade to not be able to go to the country.
You think, I don't know, you think the United States, you think Trump would do something like that? Let's say, for instance, Panama.
An embargo on the country?
Yeah.
Absolutely. He did embargoes his last term.
Shit. Who did he place an embargo on?
If I remember correctly, I remember most of our embargoes for example, Cuba. Obama released the embargo on Cuba because he was like, we've been embargoing y'all for almost 30 years now, so we're gonna get rid of the embargo. Trump immediately, when he got back in, redid the embargo.
Yeah.
I
remember that. Yeah,
because we got rid of the embargo this time. Biden, on his way out, got rid of the embargo again on Cuba and Argentina. But
isn't this the guy that said we're going to focus on America and not get involved in overseas conflicts anymore?
We are America. We don't have a choice in that. We're too powerful and too big. We are the world's hegemon. The world operates on our currency. We don't have a choice in this.
It sure sounds like he promised to get us out of all of this stuff. That's what I recall.
Okay, then let's say he does do that. Once again, that would make him the biggest asset that China ever had. He would be the greatest.
Oh, I get what you're saying now, right? I get what you're saying. You're saying that if
once the U.S. backs out, who do you think is going to come in to fill that power bubble?
I get what you're saying now. That makes sense. That if we step back and we no longer interfere with everything, China will take our place and become a superpower from that standpoint. I guess I see that. I do see that.
I'm trying to think of what country it was down in South America right now. They said they got mad at Trump and they said they was going to boot the U.S. military out of the base down there. I'm right, like, if they boot the U.S. military out of that base that's sitting there, who do you think they're going to come and take over that base?
Yeah. Wow.
So it's not like they're going to go and fill it up with their own people. No, they're going to be like, hey, China, the U screwed us over, so you know what? We booted them out. How about you guys come and get a base? They would be the first foreign adversary that made it that damn close, considering that we did all that during the Cold War to the Soviet Union. Imagine what happens if China actually gets a base at our southern border.
Yeah, so in other words, Trump could be a very big benefit to the Chinese. I see what you're saying now.
He would be the biggest asset to the Chinese.
Wow.
I mean, he would be the greatest asset that China has ever had.
You don't think that's going to happen, though, do you?
It depends. It will happen if he goes through with these tariff plans. That's the first thing we have to see, whether or not he's going to back off of his showboating to our allies.
So
if he backs off on his showboating to our allies, most likely things will go back to being just normal. And then he'll just have his oligarchy here in the U.S. And then things will just proceed the same way they have the last 4 years he was in office, where he does where he makes a lot of rich people richer, but nothing really changes in the country.
Well, if he's talking about no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, wouldn't that make some of the poorer people better off?
So it depends, because if you do the no tax on tips, what counts as a tip?
The $1 million bonus count.
Exactly. If I gave you, the rich CEO of the company, a $20 million tip, all of a sudden your company the CEO goes, oh, okay, for that $20 million tip, I'm going to do everything I can to benefit certain people.
I'm not hearing "Make America Great" in your conversation at all.
You said what?
I'm not hearing "Make America Great" based on what you're saying at all.
No, what I think makes America great is investing in the people who are on the ground. The people who are on the ground doing work, the people who are small business owners, the people who are in their local communities. Making America great is making the average American great.
What about the border? You okay with? Is he not doing what's right there? And by the way, the Eagles just scored a touchdown there, up now 6-3. Do you not see?
Well, I just saw that.
Yeah, I'm watching it on there. But do you not see what because he literally had a mandate to defend our border? Many would say.
When it comes to the southern border, I don't think there's much of a problem when it comes to the southern border.
Really?
No, I don't think there's much of a problem at all when it comes to the southern border. When it comes to immigrants, they're more of a boon to our country than a hindrance.
An unlimited amount?
For an example, I can't remember Florida, a perfect example, what Florida did when they started going 3, 4, 5 times heavier on catching illegal immigrants. You know what all the illegal immigrants in their state basically did?
What?
They basically started hiding, stopped working.
Yeah, I've heard that. Yeah, I heard that in Chicago. Yeah, on News Nation.
Going up, housing prices going up. All these different things are majorly important to just keeping the balance of our economy. Not only that, what do immigrants do with the money that they get under the table? Buy things that they pay taxes on. They don't get anything back from those taxes when they go and pay.
But should there not be a limit on how many can come in though?
We have so much space in our country. Maybe we need to build more houses. Actually, we don't ever need to build more houses. We have the houses. We just don't let people live in the houses because we're waiting for the market to go up so they can sell them.
I think the American people would say what you're saying sound crazy though. Should we not need to know the I want to say the criminal history of people coming in? Should we not vet the people coming in the country?
Look, yes, absolutely. I'm not for illegal immigration. Let me get that straight off the way.
You sound like you are.
What I'm for is setting up a better way for our country to take in immigrants. Not have it where the only way you can basically get in is if you're waiting 10, 20, 30 years just to get the proper visa for getting in.
Okay, fair enough. And I agree the system is broken.
Those visas aren't the people who are at the lowest parts in the society. A lot of people who get into America are people with money.
Yeah, you can buy your way in. I'm not denying that. You can certainly buy your way in.
Yes, a lot of people who get the visas end up becoming citizens in the U.S., like get in legally, are people who have the money to do so. If you don't have the money to do so, what hope do you have?
Yeah, and that's anywhere. I mean, just about any country out there, if you got enough money, you can buy your way in. That ain't just something that's in America.
We need to better our system. That's why I say better the system.
No argument there. Appreciate you coming on. I got to move on, though, but thank you for coming through.
No problem at all. You have a good night.
All right, you too. Go ahead and do the drop thing. Save me the time. I'm trying to figure. I'm still learning Instagram, so go ahead and drop, and I'll move the program on. Thank you. Mexico's building huge tents for the people that are going back across the border. Yeah, I have seen the video footage of that. I want to also talk about something else. We brought this up earlier in the program, and we'll certainly entertain the border and all the other previous topics we've covered with the callers that come on afterwards. But Elon Musk was in the news early this week as well. It has been a busy ass week. All of this stuff we're talking about last 5 or 6 days. In fact, Trump will only officially have completed a week as president starting tomorrow. This time last week, Biden was still finishing up his last few hours. Biden was still president this time last week. So it's all of this has happened in 1 week, less than one full week. Busy guy. Whether you like Trump or not, I always say he clearly does more than Biden. Even if you think he's doing wrong, he does all. I mean, he's done more in a week than Biden has done probably in 6 months. But I want to talk about what you see on the screen behind me because this is something that happened this week. The Elon Musk salute that folks were saying was part of his Asperger's syndrome condition, and that it was harmless. He was saying, "My heart goes out to you," and this did not mean anything. Now, earlier in the program, I did play a couple of clips, and since my audience has kind of changed a little bit, I want to follow up on this. The folks that might know what that salute means the most seem to have a difference of opinion on it. And that's what we're talking about.
Lots of people were shocked to see Elon Musk do a hand gesture that looked a lot like a Nazi salute at Trump's inauguration. Let's see what people here in Germany think of it.
No,
I'm just like freezing. I can't believe that that's really happening. I can't imagine what it's going to be like the next 4 years if this is just the beginning.
if he would be doing this in Germany, he would be arrested on the spot. I know some people might come with the excuse that he is autistic. And as someone who is autistic myself, this is not an excuse. I would never do this gesture.
We have this and we don't need this. And now we have to do some things that this won't escalate.
I don't really follow up on the internal things that's going on in the US, but let me say it like this, I'm not surprised.
America, really? You don't want that. Germany had it. Don't need to be repeated.
Lots of people.
Now they're all looking at a video footage of Elon Musk doing that Asperger's salute as people were talking about. And clearly they don't, no, those are German residents. If anybody would recognize that salute, what is it called, the Romans or the Germans are the ones that took it to new heights. So the people in Germany don't even buy that what he is doing is harmless. That says a lot. There's also a museum in Germany that had a portrait up in tribute to Elon Musk. They took it down because of him doing that. So the whole Asperger's syndrome or he's autistic, they're not buying that. They're not buying it. And I guess the notion would be that the Germans don't recognize what this is and that it means my heart goes out to you or something like that. They're not buying it. But in addition to him doing that, he spoke at a far right conference in Germany. This also happened since he performed that whole "my heart goes out to you" salute. This is the AFD. I don't know what those acronyms stand for, but it is a far right group in Germany. These people are in Germany. The AFD, whatever those acronyms mean, it's probably German letters. A lot of this video is in German, even though it has translations at the bottom. I'm not going to play that part as we did earlier in the video, but a lot of it is pretty similar to what you hear in America about how the Germans need to get out illegal immigration, seal off his borders, and all of that. Well, Elon Musk spoke toward the end, and I want you to hear his language because it is exceptionally familiar. Infinity says MAGA ain't shit. That is all he has in the comments. Nothing else. It just says MAGA ain't shit. So that is a super chat. Thank you, Infinity, for your support. I want you to hear what Elon Musk said here.
Germany. I think some things that something I think that is just very important is that people take pride in Germany and being German. This is very important. It's okay to be proud to be German. This is a very important principle. I think there's frankly too much of a focus on past guilt, and we need to move beyond that. Children should not be guilty of the sins of their parents, or even let alone their parents, their great grandparents, maybe even.
Now, you already know when he's talking about children, should not be guilty of the sins of their grandparents and great-grandparents. We all know what generation that is in Germany. So he's basically saying that if you guys are related to people that were part of that whole German atrocities, You shouldn't feel guilty for what they did. Now, we can debate how you feel about that statement, but the reason why I say this sounds familiar is because that's what they say in this country. Is that modern day children should not feel responsible for slavery or any other Jim Crow era. I mean, he's literally saying the same thing to them. Now, this is a guy who was just a few days ago saying, "My heart goes out to you," and saluting like that. Now, I'm not saying that the salute had nefarious meaning to it like a lot of people believe it does, but his actions are all seeming to line up. All of this happened in a week. So when he says, I got autism or I got Asperger's syndrome and that, okay, now and now you're at a far right meeting talking about this stuff here too. His actions seem to all point to that salute being what we thought we saw. That's all I'm saying. But I want to hear from you folks, because folks are suggesting it was harmless, even though the Germans don't see it as harmless. Look it in the comments, like they're trying to antagonize us, says Brandon. I mean, like I said, what he's doing, even if the Germans themselves don't see, they see what we think we saw here in America, or what a lot of people in America think they saw. They don't see it being some type. And by the way, when you look at the look on his face and things like that, the way he hit his chest and the aggressive manner of it. I'll just say this because he did use the words, "My heart goes out to you," before doing this. I'm going to ask this before I go to the next caller. Has anybody ever saw this? We've seen this done a lot, predominantly by people from Germany in the 30s and 1940s. We've always seen it used as a symbol of hate. Have you ever seen anybody do it in this aggressive manner as a symbol of love? And there are photos of Hillary Clinton, Kamala Harris, Barack Obama holding their hands up in this manner all over YouTube. I mean, a lot of folks defending Elon Musk have pointed out to some of those photos. But the hard tapping of the chest and the way he did it and doing it twice, none of them did that. None of them did that. They just had their hand out. So I'm asking, has anybody ever seen what Elon Musk did used as a symbol of love? We've seen it used as a symbol of hate. Has anybody, because he's claiming he used it as a symbol of endearment. My heart goes out to you, a symbol of love. Has anybody ever seen this used before this as a symbol of love? Trainer True says, check the clip. He said it after. Well, I'm certain he said, "My heart goes out to you." Yeah, he did. You're right. He did say that after. He tapped his chest twice really hard like that. And then he said, "My heart goes out to you." Now, I guess if you want to play conspiracy, you could suggest that he realized what he did is how bad it was going to look. So he had to give himself some kind of plausible deniability. I think that's where you're going with that. Is he, you don't done something that looks awful. You got to say some shit to neutralize it. Maybe, I don't know. But has anybody ever seen this symbol used as a symbol of love? In the early days of the United States Republic, clear up to the late 1800s, to salute to the flag was arranged. I don't know what that says. The church complained and we adopted hand over heart. Well, just like with the swastika, Germany wasn't the first country to use that. Just like what Elon Musk did there. They weren't, this was used, they call it the Roman something. I forget what it's actually called, but we know what it's used for now. It doesn't, what it was used for before is gone. Just like you can't fly the swastika and talk about it used to be used by the Buddhists or whoever the hell used to use it back in the AD days. You can't bring that up. Everybody knows now what that means, and it means a symbol of hate. I will also compare it, and I know some of my MAGA audience is not going to like this, but we're about free speech here. You can criticize me if you will. I use the Confederate flag. Now, folks often say that flag is not used as a symbol of hate. Fine. But if you look at over the last 100 years, how many hate groups are using it, it's hard to go back and skip before that and say, well, no, it means what it used to mean back in this other bygone era. No, virtually, I won't say virtually, but most of the hate groups nowadays are wearing that, are using it. They got it as a patch. They got it as a flag. They're using it as a symbol of hate. So when people see it now, it's going to remind them of all these hate groups that use it. Most hate groups, at least the white ones, affiliate with the Confederate flag. And I'll tell you this, the same folks that defend those statues and defend the right for Americans to fly the Confederate flag don't seem to criticize those hate groups for using it at all. You show up to take down the statue, hundreds of folks will show up talking about how wrong it is to rewrite history. Same thing if you complain about the Confederate flag itself or renaming, like Trump wants to rename a military base back after a convention. They'll show up to complain, so we know they know how to protest. But if a hate group gets a permit to protest, goes into the middle of town square somewhere, stands on the Capitol building steps and says nothing but hatred while wearing a Confederate flag or waving it around, those same groups that defended the statue, they're nowhere to be found. So the point I'm making is we know that folks that sympathize with the Confederate flag know how to protest. They don't seem to protest when it's used as a symbol of hate. There has to be a reason for that. Would you not agree? Looking in the comments, Mike Lopez, why are we called Mexican, African, Natives, Americans, but white folks are simply Americans? They should be called European Americans for their heritage. Well, that would, listen, at the end of the day, during the darker eras in America, it was used to divide. It was used to divide. I mean, there's no denying it. They didn't want to call you Americans. You were being called all these terms because they were used to divide, and those terms have stuck. You got a lot of modern day whites that will tell you, stop calling yourself black or call yourself an American. That's what you are. You do have people saying that now, but you can't blame people for calling themselves something you've labeled them for generations on end. I mean, that's what's happened. So that's why. But it was used, Japanese Americans, it was used as a term to divide, to otherize people. That is true. I mean, you can look at what happened with all of the political candidates of color that tried to run as president recently. Kamala Harris, what is her name? Nikki Haley. We can talk about Vivek Ramaswamy. Every one of them Barack Obama, every one of them that tried to run, they instantly became something other than being an American. Obama was a Kenyan all of a sudden. Kamala Harris was Jamaican and Indian. Now, these are people that are all born in America. All four of them born in this country. They instantly started magically becoming other people. Nikki Haley, all of a sudden, they started calling her Nimrata, even though they had no problem with Nikki Haley when she was the Republican governor of South Carolina. Her heritage started oozing out of her when she ran for president. Same thing with Vivek Ramaswamy, who's considered, fairly respected in the Republican Party. His heritage started oozing out of him, and they started once again saying that he was otherized. He was some kind of other. So the history of otherizing people in America is undeniable. He didn't click his heels like Dorothy says, Mr. Splackerville. And that is true. When Elon gave that salute, one of my viewers the other day pointed out, well, he didn't do the heel click as well. I don't know. But like I said, if the people in Germany suggest that what he did was reminiscent of what Adolf did, you got to assume they know more about it than anybody else. MAGA Reacts. Good evening. Welcome to the program, MAGA Reacts. So we talked about this before, I think, right?
Not that much.
Okay.
I really wasn't paying attention to it last time. Now I've seen it a few more times.
What do you think?
Well, two things. One, it's not necessarily a salute, it's a wave. And two, he's got Asperger's or some sort of, but like if you watch him on SNL and if you watch him for more than 5 minutes, he's got a disease where he doesn't have full control of his body. Everything he does is exaggerated. It's Michael,
wait, hold on.
I drank a lot of coffee.
Wait, Michael J. Fox is much further along with the loss of control of his body, and Michael J. Fox don't do stuff like this.
No, it's different though. It's not the same disease. If I don't know exactly.
You telling me there's a disease out there that makes you throw up Third Reich salutes?
No, it makes you like very eccentric. It gives you a lot of energy. It's like drinking 1,000 gallons of coffee.
I used to
and
watch.
You're being very.
I used to watch.
Like-
I was a big fan of Robin Williams, the comedian. He had a ton of energy. He never did this.
That was cocaine.
I mean,
That was cocaine, and he's admitted to that.
how many people enjoy a good Monster or a Red Bull? Do you see them doing this?
Yeah, but this is, I'm telling you, this is a disease of his. This is not like him.
What
He's
disease?
not a normal person.
What disease is known for making you throw up Adolf salutes?
It just makes, it's not even an Adolf salute. It's like a wave that went a little weird. I mean, they have videos of Harris doing the same thing.
A wave?
If you wave in a slightly weird way, it looks like a fucking Adolf salute.
Where you tap your chest really hard and do this.
I mean, if you're going from your heart to wave at the people, you could do it easily. Any salute, anyway, could easily become a freaking Nazi-looking salute.
Okay, try not to say the N word. Say Adolf or something, because the app doesn't like it. I will let you say it all day, but the app don't like it.
Let me see, what disease does Elon Musk have?
They claim
it's definitely, it's called, it is Asperger's.
You know
it's
how
a
many
type of autism, and it definitely has, like, he's always jittery. Like, if you watch him, he's always jittery. He can't stand still. And, you know, and you gotta realize that's not like a normal moment.
Does anybody else in Germany have Asperger's? I mean, is this normal for a person with Asperger's to do something like that?
No, the German thing came from like the Roman salute. You know, they were allied with Italy, and it's probably a mix of the Roman salute and their own spin on it. But those are salutes; those are army salutes.
So why do you think
this is a wave where he like kind of looks funny, or maybe it's? I mean, a salute and a wave are almost the same thing. But I think this has to do more with his disease not accentuating his movement.
So then why is he actually talking to Germans and telling them that their kids should not feel guilty for what they in that era did?
Because that's true. What do you mean? Americans shouldn't feel guilty.
But think about it. You do this stuff in the same week. 1 week, you got one day where you're throwing up this salute, claiming it's part of Asperger's and you can't control your movements. But then you're on TV telling folks that were in that era that did this stuff, their descendants should not be ashamed of them for what they did.
I don't know what to tell you, man. This is how I saw it, and I don't have all the context to the German stuff. So I don't know what he was trying to do. As far as the other thing you were saying about like American descendants and slavery, right? You know, like most Americans nowadays are descendants of immigrants, and not even descendants of like slave owners. I like the
most blacks. I think most blacks still are descendants of slave owners in this country, or slavery.
I mean, maybe, yeah, but like I'm not a descendant of slave owner. Trump's not a descendant of slave owner.
Only 1%. Only 1% of whites were slave owners. Most whites probably are not.
But even that, most people in this country came to this country after slavery.
Okay.
Like we imported a lot of immigrants through the New York Harbor and the Statue of Liberty.
Well, let me just say that. Hold on. Here's the problem. Here's the problem.
Descendants of immigrants that came afterwards.
Here's the problem, though. If you openly vote for a politician that is pro-slavery or pro-Jim Crow, you don't have to yourself be a slave owner. If you're voting for somebody to be, just like in any crime, if you actually help somebody commit the crime, you're a conspirator. So while most whites are not descendants of slave owners, they were voting for the people to do it. So they're the reason why it was able to happen. They could have voted them out. So if you voted for the guy, you're equally as harmful.
Again, most people came to this country after slavery.
Yeah, but they were here doing Jim Crow.
So
they were here doing Jim Crow.
I'll give you that. Yeah,
okay.
They probably did support people that supported racism.
Then that's equally as bad. That's equally as bad. I mean, you're voting. Most of the folks in this country that are white were at least descendants of people that were here favoring Jim Crow.
Okay, I'll give you that. But again, that doesn't even apply to me because I've only immigrated like in the last 30, 40 years. So, and there's still a lot of Americans that only immigrated in the last 30 or 40 years.
Yeah, but now you're talking far, far less at that point.
it's still a huge number. Like our population blew up the last couple of decades.
Bro.
From the 80s to after the 60s for sure.
Well, like I said, anybody that voted for somebody that was preaching doing this stuff, even if you didn't do it, you're helping someone else that wants to do it. And a large portion of our population are descendants of people that did that or themselves did it.
But now we're talking about their kids, and we're talking not even slavery. So, like, how many people are like descendant of slave owners that were descendant of Americans that were here that long? You know, most, like I said, even Trump has only been here like 2 generations, maybe 3.
Yeah, but is it possible that you could still benefit from some of those atrocities they were perpetrating on the people?
Yeah, I mean, that's just, they didn't know better. Like, you also got to realize that those people didn't know better back then.
What made them dumber than we are?
It's just that's the politics of the time.
No,
they just didn't know better.
That's it. Come on, man.
Tell you, like,
hold on, hang on. Let me say it this way. Hold on. Let me say it this way. If you've seen something done to somebody else that you know you would grab your shotgun if it was done to your kid, you know it's wrong. That's it. There ain't no other excuse. If you know you would defend your child to the death do my kid that way and I'm gonna then you know it's wrong.
I'm with you. My whole argument is there are a lot of people that this does not apply to, including myself, because I've only been in this country like 30 years. So obviously the guilt of slavery and racism has nothing to do with me.
Okay.
So, and that applies to a lot of people in this country. Like, and a lot of people I've talked to on TikTok.
Well, let's just be clear. Nobody feels, most whites do not feel guilty about this stuff at all. So it doesn't matter if it applies to them or not.
And same with Elon. He wasn't even here. I mean, he has the guilt of like the South African apartheid stuff. But as far as American slavery and German,
that's interesting. You would bring that up about he has the guilt of apartheid. That guy does seem to be leaning in that direction. There's a lot of that orbiting around him, and people are saying he's innocent of all this stuff. I mean, he came from apartheid, and now he's on TV doing salutes, and now he's on TV talking about you shouldn't feel guilty about it. He sure seems like he's in that direction.
I mean, maybe he's trying to make up for his history by doing good, by making electric cars popular, and
right,
space exploration,
right,
internet for the whole world.
Yeah,
this man has done more good than anyone else.
Yeah, like Adolf created the Volkswagen. Volkswagens are one of the best running cars around. Adolf created that.
Did he create the Volkswagen or just the Beetle?
Yeah, the Beetle. That's the one that got 40, 50, 60 years of history behind it. It's a great invention.
Okay.
It's a great invention. Should we give him credit for that?
I don't know. I don't know his involvement. I don't know if it was him or the German people or what. I know a lot of shit came out of World War II. Hell, nuclear power and a bunch of bad things that came out of World War II.
Well, you do realize Elon Musk, like Steve Jobs and the rest of them, they're not making all those inventions themselves. The same thing is happening. They got inventors that work for them. They come up with stuff and then they take credit for it. Benjamin Franklin started that. I mean, they've been doing that.
No, for sure. But with Elon specifically, though, like, he seems to do it better than anybody else. I mean, we really wouldn't have like electric cars as popular as they are without him.
We would not have the United States without George Washington. That doesn't mean he wasn't a racist that owned slaves. You've done some great things, but you're still a bad person.
Okay, I'm not disagreeing with that.
All right,
I'm just pointing out the good they did.
I'm sure Jeffrey Dahmer was good at seasoning human beings. That don't mean it wasn't right.
Now you're taking it too far.
All right,
it was nice to all the people he didn't kill, but. I don't know what. There's some other stuff I want to talk about from the other day, but I completely forgot. Every time I come on here.
Okay, all right. We'll cover it next time.
We're good, but if anyone brings up my name for any reason, let me debate. Let's have debates. Me against Denkal against whoever, but later.
I'll see what we can do.
Right now, there's not much to debate about.
I'll see what we can do. Appreciate it.
Especially when he's talking directly to me. If he's not talking about me, I don't care. You don't need to.
Everybody talks about you. MAGA, because you're MAGA.
You haven't said anything too crazy today.
I gotta go. MAGA Reacts is definitely a welcome addition to the program. I always enjoy talking to him. He leans right. He's MAGA, but he drives a lot of my audience members crazy. So his name does come up after he's gone. Looking at the comment, Michael loves him some MAGA Reacts. Yeah, Mike, Johnny, I see you in there. Hell and destruction is never full of. Wait a minute. Hell and destruction is never full, so the eyes of man is never satisfied. That's strong shit there. Wow, Hackman, that's strong shit. Looking in the comments before we continue on. Thank you for the super chat, Mike Lopez. Abraham Lincoln promised America. Abraham Lincoln promised land to the free slaves, and he got killed. So maybe he was going to live up to his promise. What was it, 40 acres and a mule they used to talk about? Maybe he was going to do it, but they murdered him. I mean, fact is, there's no easy way to defend civil rights without people hating on you. There's just, you name the civil rights protester or civil rights leader fighting on behalf of women, blacks, Hispanics, you name. People hate that person. People hate that person. There's no way. I always bring this up when folks suggest that people like Colin Kaepernick taking a knee during the anthem, he didn't protest the right way. Maybe we would listen to him if he protested the right way. There's no right way to protest civil rights. There is no right way to do it. If people do not agree with what you're protesting for, there's no right way to do it. If people do not believe, for instance, he's protesting police brutality or whatever. If people believe the only reason that blacks are getting treated that way by police is because they're out committing crimes and they refuse to comply, there's no right way to protest it. You're protesting something that they deserve to have happen to them. So when people say he didn't protest the right way, there is no right way. Keep in mind, when Martin Luther King was alive, he wasn't protesting the right way in their eyes either. He's just dead now, so you can give him credit. But when he was alive, this town was doing fine until you came here stirring up all these Negroes. That's what they were telling him. Everything was fine until you came here doing all that. He wasn't protesting the right way either, doing sit-ins in white restaurants and pissing off the white patrons. He wasn't protesting. There is no right way to do it. And I'll submit this to you. If you do it the right way, people will just ignore you. The abortion protesters are a perfect example. They didn't block traffic. They didn't get up in anybody's face. They just stood at the corner reading the Bible, maybe holding up a sign of what it looked like to take out a young fetus or embryo. And the American public just drove right by and ignored them. If you don't do something to hinder progress, you can protest indefinitely. People will just ignore you. That's the right way. The way I can protest the right way means do it in a way I can ignore you. That's what would happen. Looking in the comments, though, by that you mean took credit for his employees' work. Yeah, that happened with Steve Jobs, Benjamin Franklin. I'm certain Elon Musk is doing it. That guy is not single-handedly inventing electric cars, rockets, and all that, and Starlink satellites and all that stuff by himself. He's not doing all that. He ain't that freaking smart. I mean, and I'm not saying he's not a genius, but he has a good team. I mean, I'm sure he knows how to appoint the right people. I mean, just like America, after World War II, we knew the value in grabbing up some of the most brilliant minds from Germany. We were willing to forgive them for working with Adolf and the Third Reich to bring their engineers. Isn't that how we got the atomic weapon, Oppenheimer and all? Isn't that how that happened? We let people get away with shit to put them in. I mean, so it's not, no, we didn't do it. We didn't invent this stuff. We found the most brilliant minds. Chances are Elon Musk is doing that. Let's say you work for, Oracle, or you work for Motorola or something like that, and you're really, you've done some shit. And he knows about it. He can buy you out and bring you on his team. That way, anything you come up with, now his team gets credit for it. That's more likely what's happening. It's not all coming from him. Looking in the comments, if he's a genius, he knew he was doing. I agree with that. Make me king. You says if he is a genius, he knew he was doing that racist salute. I mean, you hear the audience respond. Yeah, I'm pretty sure, in my opinion, that it wasn't just some type of term of endearment. And like my last caller talked about Asperger and autism, unless there were a bunch of other people that were mentally ill that were known to do it, it doesn't make a lot of sense to me. So that's the way I see it. But some of you folks may have a difference of opinion. Dencal, good evening. Actually, I got top dog. Top dog, good evening.
What's
Or
going
afternoon.
on, Tim?
Not much at all. The Eagles are up 14-6. 10 left in and 10 minutes, 30 seconds left in the second. I was going to bet on the Eagles. I should have put that money on them. Not much at all. So what do you think when I had the Elon up there, do you believe that was just some harmless salute, in terms of endearment, showing love?
That's exactly what it was, Tim. For his people that think like he thinks.
Which is, what do you mean think like, people who want to invent electric cars and technology?
Nah, the ones that's racist just like him. White superiority right there. That's what he did. It was for his people. People that, you see when he done it, the crowd went crazy when he done it.
Yeah, it was certainly a cheering, but I mean, like I said, he did say my heart goes out to you, so is it possible?
He's right. It's a term of endearment to my people that I love, that feel the same way I feel. He's right. Yeah, he's showing us the way that they recognize him. He did a racist thing, which they all recognize the shit. He's right. It's for his people. He didn't do that for me or you. He did that for his people.
And so why do you think so many folks are saying it meant something else?
Well, it's just like, what they do for Donald Trump. He got the mother, the kid can't do no wrong syndrome. No matter what he do, they're gonna justify his bullshit. Elon did that shit right there in public in front of everybody on the stage, and everybody trying to justify. It's nothing to justify. You see what it is. We seen it. You know what I mean? But like MAGA reacts, oh, it wasn't that. He was just, of course you're gonna say that because you're defending that bullshit.
And I know what it is. And as you've seen, I played the clips of people in Germany and things like that. They also agree that looked like something straight out of 1930s Germany. They don't see it the way my last caller or MAGA sees it. They do see it the way you're talking about.
Well, your last caller, he don't want to see it, Tim. They see that shit. They see it, Tim. They playing crazy. They defending the bullshit. Same thing right now with with Trump taking away, DEI, he taking away Tuskegee, things like that. Everything he's talking about taking away, what's that, Black History Month. You can ask
wait. Now, I looked at him. Is that true? Is he talking about?
No. I haven't seen nothing physical for sure, but it just, it wouldn't surprise me, Tim.
I think you take away Black History Month. Nobody gets the day off. I mean, there's nothing to take away. You really don't get anything.
Well, I think what it is, Tim, what it's going to do is not really for the black money. What it's going to do with all these corporations, they would not recognize it anymore. That's what I think they're trying to do. All those corporations that every, February they recognize black, put all the stuff, posters on the wall. He could have stopped all that shit, Tim. Get that shit out of here. That's what I mean by stopping Black History Month, shit like that.
You make it almost like the dude hate black people.
Well, you see what he's doing? What is he doing right now? You seen what he did this past week. He did 3 things. He went back to 1965, Tim.
Yeah.
1965, we weren't even thinking about that shit. Like now I'm thinking like Trump, what are you talking about? He's showing you what he's trying to do. He's trying to put the white race at the front and leave him up there. That's like, look at his cabinet. You see what he's doing.
Now in the comments, Diane Carter says groceries, the word groceries, price of eggs. Now, if he could give us an economy that makes a lot of Americans happy, puts more money in their pocket, you think we might turn a blind eye to some of this stuff?
If you support Donald Trump, you probably will, but not me. I'm not going to turn a blind eye because you lowered gas. Well, gas prices are already lower to me, so gas prices or you lower some egg price. I don't even eat eggs, Tim. I don't eat eggs like that any goddamn way. So
I like me some eggs. I like eggs.
You know what I mean? Nah, that's not going to excuse. Look, okay, say you do lower the egg prices and gas prices, but what all this other shit you doing to discredit minorities and black people? That don't cancel out that shit.
Yeah.
Just because you give me lower gas prices and eggs, that means that you can cancel out all this stuff right here, DEI, anything to discredit black people. Come on now, we see what he's doing.
Well, they're suggesting that DEI was outdated, is not necessary, and to some degree, they believe it even harms white people's progress.
Only progress it might harm is the white man. That's it. It might take one of their jobs away, maybe. Is
that fair to take away a white man's job?
Yeah, when you got 10 positions and all of them white, you mean to tell me there with no qualified black Hispanics? You can't tell me that, Tim. Not in America in 2025. Same thing with Trump's cabinet right now. He got all white stuff, but he cannot tell me there's no qualified black people. And you're going to say, Tim, well, there's no blacks applying for that job, for those jobs. Yeah, they are, Tim. You think it's no Republican, black Republican applying for those jobs? At least the one they had up there, at least try. They trying like a motherfucker. They not getting selected.
Well, in Trump's defense, I don't think Trump is hiring based on qualifications right now. He's hiring based on loyalty.
Yeah, loyalty in your skin tone, your skin color. Because the reason why I say that, Tim, look at, I keep saying it. Look at look at Tim Tap Dancing Scott and look at Byron Donald.
Tim Tap, that almost sounds like Tampon Tim of Minnesota. Tim Tap Dancing Scott. So what makes you say he's tap dancing?
Well, you just look at his history, Tim. You look at Tim Scott's history. I'm gonna go off the biggest one everybody's seen. I just love you, man. And I'm going off the one that everybody know. You're not gonna sugarcoat it, Tim.
Yeah, I love you, man. Was soft. Yeah, that was bad.
Like what the fuck is you talking about? Oh, hold on. Then we got Byron Donald. You heard him on Fox the other day talking about Daddy's home. Well, you heard the other day on Fox News.
I didn't see that.
Yeah, he's talking about. I'll send it to you in your DM, Tim. He's talking about Daddy's home now.
A man referred to another man as Daddy's home.
Yeah, look at it. Byron Donald the other day on Fox News on the panel.
Oh my God! Yeah, that is a bit suspect. Daddy's home, really?
Yeah, Daddy's home. This is what Byron Donald just said the other day. What the fuck? Excuse my language, but goddamn.
Yeah, that's a bit much. I'm trying to see if I can.
Yeah, that right there. That's what he's talking about right there. That Reese Waters right there. That's what he's talking about on this little platform.
Yeah, it's 20 minutes long though. I'd have to.
Yeah.
I'd have to dig through it to find. Yeah, I'd have to.
Crazy as hell.
Yeah,
he's crazy as hell.
Oh my God.
You see, my thing is, Tim. Byron Donald, Tim Scott, man, look at everything you done. You went against everything. You still didn't get picked for a low level position. So I just feel like this administration, Tim, is straight corruption. I think Elon Musk is he's showing us how corrupt a person can be right in front of us. This guy right here is up at the White House, pretty much the vice president, right next to the president. He has the biggest platform, social media platform. He has the biggest electric cars out there, and then he's in charge of where the money goes.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
come on, man. This is the most corruption we ever seen in our life, right here in our face. We would get
you can denote all that in 1 week.
What you mean? Well, we see it right now. Look at it. Am I lying? So if you're Elon Musk and you getting over $20 billion in contracts. So if another company that want to come up, a social media, an electric car company, or even a rocket company want to come up and try to get anything, grants from the government, get any type of help from the government, he's looking where the money's going. No, don't get no money over there.
But is favoring the guy with the money? Is that something that's unique to Trump? I mean, wouldn't Biden or Obama or somebody do the same thing if somebody had a bunch of money?
I don't think much as Trump doing. No, Elon bought his way into the White House. He did what money's supposed to show you what money can do. I can buy my way into power, and that's what he done.
Yeah, I don't deny it does look like Elon Musk purchased his way in. I want to ask you something also. I was mentioning earlier in the program, because you mentioned it as well, with the DEI stuff. They're now, the Air Force apparently used to teach the recruits about the Tuskegee Airmen, and Trump's rolling back of DEI is going to make it so that doesn't happen anymore. Do you believe this might end up leading into a reduction in minorities wanting to join the military?
Not just based off that right there, Tim. No, I don't think he might do a little bit in the Air Force. He might knock a few, but I think people just not join the military because I was in the Army. I went to Iraq, Afghanistan, so I've seen both of them. Tim. What I think what the military issue is, they burned out their people. They ran through so many people in 20 years. All the recruits, you ran through them, and now it's just people burned out on the military. It's not, it's over with right now.
Well, I mean, maybe you want to join a lot of times if a crisis happens, like right after September 11th.
Right, something like that happened, people will join. Yes,
well,
sir.
What about an invasion at the southern border?
Man, Tim, a lot of people, even MAGA, a lot of people, we watching the border, but it's not, it's not. Matter of fact, they sub soldiers, they sub troops down there already. The 101st is going down there.
Yep.
Getting going to the border.
Okay, fair enough. And by the way, folks, look like we're about to have a tie game. I'm about to say the Redskins. The Commanders just scored another touchdown, so it's 12-14. So we'll see what happened with the 1 point. So it'll be 13-14 Eagles. But yeah, wow. All right, well, I'm moving on, Top Dog. So you're not happy. I haven't had, other than MAGA Reacts, I'm trying to get more folks. It's amazing how, when it comes to African Americans, do they make them that's other than Tim Scott? Do they make black folks that like Trump? Have you met any? Have you met any in person?
But what's crazy, Tim? What's crazy about they all have in common. They all act and talk the same, though. That's what's crazy about the MAGA supporter, black MAGA supporter. They all talk buck dance, tap dance, and want to sit up here on a hot tail and talk down about black people. This black people not doing this, black people doing all this bullshit. So they all speak the same.
All right, I do agree with that.
The vibe I get from all the black MAGA men and all that other shit, Tim, this is the vibe I get from. In their mind, they're telling themselves, "I'm the chosen one." They really like me. They really like me.
Well, you help them get elected. They should like you a little bit, right?
Yeah. We here use you for your vote, but I'm talking about they feel like I'm the token one. MAGA likes me. MAGA they supports me. Black, white people support. They like me. Yeah, if you go in there tap dancing and buck dancing, they'll like you too. Wow. If I do the same shit, they'll like me too. It's just like right now, Tim. I'm in Oklahoma. I'm in a red state. All 77 counties went red, right? I'm in Oklahoma City, a suburb of Oklahoma City.
Yeah, your whole state, not one blue county in your whole state.
No. So, and what I'm getting to, Tim, if I wanted to run for office as a Democrat here in Oklahoma, I wouldn't get no traction. But if I flip the script and start talking like Tim Scott and Byron Donalds, and maybe go get me a white woman or something like that, shit, I'm going to the top, Tim. Oh Lord, I'm going to the top.
Before I let you go, I do want to ask that before I let you go. Have you ever seen an all-black family that's Republicans? You're right. Most black Republican men do tend to have an interracial marriage. Have you ever seen a black man that has a black...
Ben Carson, he's one. He got a black family.
That is,
but usually the ones that's young now, Tim, no, they don't. That's what be crazy to me. That's why I say, why do you... If they had a black woman, Tim, I have a little bit more respect for them. But it's like, damn, now you get a white woman, now you want to appease both sides. You know what I mean? That's just crazy to me. That's crazy to me, Tim.
All right. Appreciate it, Top Dog. Thank you for coming through.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you. And by the way, because I prefer debating with MAGA and speaking with MAGA, I do go into a lot of other forums that are controlled by them, by African Americans that support Trump. And I will agree with my last caller on one thing. I don't know what it is, but for some reason, once blacks, or I'm going to say blacks, I'm not even going to say Hispanics or any other minority, but from my observation, once blacks vote for Trump, they do seem to be very critical of other black people. I mean, Candace Owens, that's the kind of example I'm talking about, where everything negative about the black community is constantly coming up. Now, I'm not going to lie, there's a hell of a lot of issues in the black community, gangs and folks killing each other. I'm not going to pretend like shit ain't happening, but there's good stuff happening too. I mean, there's plenty of African Americans like myself with multiple college degrees, and I don't have a criminal record. I've never had a criminal record. Candace Owens, if you hear her talking about the black community, it's negative. Doesn't matter what the topic is, it's something negative. And I will say that does seem to be quite common among blacks that support Trump, is that when they're speaking of the black community, it's usually something negative. I don't know what makes that happen, but it does. And I'll tell you from my own personal standpoint, and I see you in the comments there, Diane Carter says MAGA ain't shit. You'll hear that anytime somebody with a super chat referred to somebody as not being shit. Diane Carter says MAGA ain't shit. But I'll say that even from my own standpoint, once I started watching a lot of right-wing media, and I watch a lot of right-wing media, it did make me more critical of African Americans, because we are painted, they do paint you in a really bad light. So I'm on the south side of Chicago. I get to an intersection at night. I'm looking all around, and I'm like, damn, I have to remind myself, you grew up here. You grew up 2 blocks from here. Why the hell, why are you so antsy? It's like, once I started watching a lot of that, it did make me also critical, because generally when the right-wing media is covering African Americans, it's usually negative. It is usually negative. So I can see why some blacks that support Trump have a negative view of African because that's the environment. It's painting them in a negative light. I can see that. Just like I often say about, I can understand why some cops, trigger happy or they do what they do. Well, if you're always being told negativity about a group of people, then you're going to be antsy when you encounter that group of people. And yeah, right-wing media has made me fairly antsy. Every race has their bad, like they got the good in between. That's true, yo-yo. But like I said, if you're watching right-wing media, you're going to see drug dealing or you're going to hear about killers. I mean, Chicago, for instance, if you watch right-wing media, you would think that is worse than the Gaza Strip. But I can't tell you how many folks on YouTube have done videos, top 10 most dangerous cities, top 10 most unsafe places to live, top 10 cities for homicide. Chicago ain't on none of those lists. And when you look in the comment section, you will see folks often saying, I can't believe Chicago's not on this list. You know those are folks on the right. You know those are folks, because that's what they're being told constantly. Top 10 cities in terms of murder rate per capita. And in the comments, I can't believe Chicago. I thought Chicago would be number one because that's what they're being told. They're being told that this city is super duper dangerous, which it is, but there are other cities that are even more dangerous. Memphis, St. Louis, New Orleans, they often rank higher than Chicago in terms of murders per capita. But you don't hear the right talking about them as much because you can't blame it all on liberalism. There's no tough gun laws in Memphis or St. Louis. The governor is not a liberal, so there's not as much liberalism to blame. So they keep going back to Chicago. But yeah, if you listen to right-wing media, Chicago sounds like Beirut or something. In the comments, Public Enemy, 911 is a joke. No, not the bug dance. Tapping and bug dancing. That's what Top Dog was saying. St. Louis is often number one, but it's per capita. Yeah, you're not going to expect any city that's a fraction the size of Chicago to have the same numbers in terms of murders, but per capita, St. Louis is worse. Memphis is worse. Little Rock, Arkansas had got up there for some years. Baton Rouge, New Orleans, worse. Jacksonville, Florida, worse. They don't talk about any of those cities because there's too much republicanism and right-wing government orbiting around him. You can talk about the mayor of the town as a liberal, but the governor of the state is a Republican. He's responsible for what's happening in the cities in his state. So you can't bring that up because they don't have a problem bringing up the liberal governors. They'll bring up whoever the governor of New York is. If there's an immigrant problem in New York or if there's a crime problem in New York, they'll bring up the governor. But if there's a heavy crime problem in Memphis, they won't say nothing about the governor of Tennessee. So it's not really about being concerned about the problem, it's playing politics. You got to be able to see that. Looking in the comments, bro, you literally defending people that have ruined this country. Wow. Kyle Richard Campbell, appreciate your input. He's saying that I am literally defending people that have ruined the country. I can't disagree with you and I cannot agree with you because the definition of a ruined country is an opinion. There are obviously other countries on earth that would look at America and say, why the hell is Trump saying it's ruined? I would love to live there. So when you say people have ruined this country, I would submit to you millions of people around the world that would say we're not ruined at all. So you have a definition of what is ruined, where there are literally millions of people around the world who would disagree with you. America's not, you guys are driving fancy cars. You're making how much at your jobs on average? What is the average size of your apartment? That don't sound like ruined to me. Depends on who you talk to. So ruined to you is what I'll leave it at that. Because I can't pronounce that. Somebody types Jason. You says because something adds more net guard to the city. Says New York is safe than a woman who is burned alive. Then she says it is. Jason, I guess you're trying to say the liberals are lying about how dangerous a city or something like that is. The obvious deflection is people lying about what happened on January 6th, calling it a love fest. If you're going to blame the mayor of New York or something for saying the city is safe when there's actual crimes being committed there every day, how do you give Trump a pass for saying January 6th was a love fest? You got to be able to see it on both sides. That's all I'm saying. Let me go back to the box, continuing on with the program. Sherbert, good evening. Welcome to the program. 12-14. The Eagles are winning 14-12. 2 minutes until halftime is what I'm looking at here. I don't know if it brings my next guest up. There we go. Sherbert, good evening.
Hi, Tim.
Hey, good to have you back on. So we
What are the
talk.
prompts today?
Huh?
What are the prompts today?
Well, we were obviously talking about Elon again because he went in front of a alt-right group, a far-right group in Germany, telling the folks that that the kids of today should not feel guilty about what Adolf and all of his cronies did, a couple generations back, which sounds a lot like in America. You shouldn't feel guilty for what your grandfather did during the era of slavery or whatever the hell. I mean, it sounds like Elon is telling them that over in Germany.
Yeah, it's an apologist.
An apologist. Elaborate. He's apologizing for.
I mean, he's apologizing to pretend like nothing ever happened. They're just the same way everyone, disregards all the bullshit Trump does, and then goes like, no, he's a god king. Like, well, he's saying, well, Hitler didn't do anything wrong.
Yeah. Try to avoid the H word because the apps don't like it. TikTok in particular. Yeah, we haven't got Mark Zuckerberg and all them online yet. So once they reduce all the censorship, because I think that's what's coming. I think under Trump we're going to get a lot more freedom of speech on these apps. Might not always be the best speech, but I think we're going to get freedom of speech.
Be a lot of angry people.
Yeah. Wow.
Either way, they're trying to speak out of both sides of their mouth, and they're trying to get away with it. The code switching that they were saying Kamala was just turned black. Well, Elon Musk was just saying it's hard to his hand, and even though he's clearly signaling to other people. When Trump said stand back and stand by, and then nothing's wrong, it's the same thing.
What was I do remember him saying Proud Boys, stand back and stand by. What did folks suggest that he was actually talking about? Because they did say he wasn't giving them a dog whistle. What excuse did they give for that?
I don't remember, other than it was all bullshit.
Yeah.
They're clearly lying, and how else do you interpret stand back and stand by when it was, hey, do you denounce terrorist groups?
Yeah.
And then he pardoned a terrorist. What the hell?
Well,
it goes back to the Afghanistan pullout. They let go of 5,000 terrorists and then decided, there's something bad happened. I don't know what happened.
Well, in regards to him pardoning now, are you talking about the January 6th folks?
January 6th and letting the people out of Guantanamo to go back to Iraq.
Well, okay, so we got the people that are
multiple sides of letting bad people out of prisons or the system that we have them in, just because it's politically beneficial.
Yeah. Well, the people he let out of Guantanamo to go back to Iraq, I mean, what do you say? He should have held them indefinitely?
Or at least until after we got out of there.
Yeah.
But we're going to make it more dangerous for our troops when you have 2,500 troops and you release 5,000 soldiers.
Do we still have people in Iraq right now?
I don't think so. But at the time when he released them, we only had 25. He had reduced the number to half of the amount of soldiers he was releasing back into that country. Okay. Timing doesn't make any sense, Tim.
All right. Fair enough. Now, let me ask you this, because this is coming from Big J in the comments. He said that they were not, he's talking about the January 6th folks, they were not criminals, they were hostages. How do you respond to that? We've had a lot of hostages released in Israel or from Gaza back to Israel. How do you respond to him calling them hostages?
I think that's utter horseshit. If you were caught on camera entering a closed building for an official setting and then you got arrested, well, boo-hoo. It's not a hostage. You did something wrong. We would arrest anybody else. Same thing we were talking about a couple days ago about how the BLM riots happened and a lot of people got arrested there, but nobody ever talks about it. It's just spin.
Yeah. So then how do you respond to folks who might suggest, well, you can't be all over the January 6th protesters when the Black Lives Matter folks got away with doing some similar activities?
Apologists. They're just trying to be okay with their shit.
Yeah. And I mentioned it earlier in the program, before January 6th happened, the same folks defending the January 6th people were saying that what Black Lives Matter folks were doing was so bad, they should spend decades in prison, should be hung. It was an act of treasonous. And then all of a sudden, the January 6 people doing it. Well, you let them get away. So if you're comparing it to BLM, then that means you're admitting these people are treasonous and all of the same stuff you said that should happen to the BLM folks. If you're saying that what you did is similar and you're using them as a comparison, then you should be saying it all should happen to your folks too.
It's hypocritical.
Yeah.
And they obviously don't care about that. The same thing with the Supreme Court justice with not letting Obama have one for an entire year, and then Amy Coney Barrett gets in within the last month.
I do remember that. I want to
make any sense.
Yeah, I want to play this quick video for you. I want to get your opinion on this. I mentioned this earlier. Now, this is something that the black community, obviously you're not black, but this is something the black community is in uproar about. But as someone who leans left yourself, I want you to give me your opinion on this. This is about a minute long.
Reaction to some breaking news after the Air Force has removed training courses with videos of the Tuskegee Airmen in the Air Force curriculum per the request of President Donald Trump. As a part of the Trump administration's crackdown on diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives. The Tuskegee Airmen, known as the Red Tails, were the nation's first black military pilots who served in a segregated World War II unit, and their all-black 332nd Fighter Group had one of the lowest loss records of all of the bomber escorts in the war. The videos were shown to Air Force troops as part of the DEI courses they took during basic military training. Congress.
Now, in her responses, the Tuskegee Airmen bravely fought and died for our freedoms before this nation even granted them full benefits of citizenship. Do you think this says anything at all that Trump has done this?
Oh, 100%. It clearly speaks of racism if we can't talk about our history. And, not diversity. Slavery and the Jim Crow laws are clearly part of our history for literally hundreds of years combined. Why would we ever take that out of history books? Just because it makes you uncomfortable doesn't mean we can't talk about it. That's how we get into dictatorships.
Yeah.
It's pretty clear. I don't understand why anybody's having an issue or saying this is okay. You're just rewriting history. And then they say, oh, all this censorship, and they're trying to rewrite our history by getting rid of the Confederate statues, even though they've lost the war.
Yeah.
We can still talk about these people in history, even if they were on the Confederate side. Why wouldn't we be able to talk about our military heroes just because they were black in a time of segregation? It's just real racist and real dumb.
So what are you suggesting, that maybe they don't want accomplishments of the black community, black military accomplishments? They don't want it to be known or want it to be recognized or something?
Of course not, because it makes them uncomfortable. And especially with Trump having such deep ties to Germany and his father being part of the party, I believe. I could be wrong about that. But he's got very heavy ties. His ex-wife wrote in a book that he keeps Mein Kampf in his nightstand. Yeah. At least he used to. Now, I'm not saying he still does, but clearly he has ties to this. And then you try and get rid of black people in our history, in our military training, even though it was a clear distinction that these guys are capable of doing the job.
Yet he actually now he did increase his voter support from at least from black males. How do you think he pulled that off? I mean,
there's some dumb black people too, There's a lot of dumb white people, but a cult works on everybody, Tim. It doesn't matter what color you are. You could be Irish, you could be Indian. You get stuck into a cult, you're in a cult.
So you think there are people that are in a Trump cult from all backgrounds?
Well, same thing with MAGA Reacts, saying he's from a different country and then going right into the white supremacy here. Doesn't really make sense.
So how do you think? Now you mentioned this cult. I get that on the program often. People say that Trump supporters are in a cult or live in a cult-like existence. What did Trump do to create that? If you believe that people that support him, or a lot of them are cult-like, what led him to having that kind of power?
Russia. China. It's this repeating of every single thing. And they don't think critically, Tim. I told you this a couple days ago. It's all about people needing to think more critically. And then they don't want to think, so they get stuck into the cult. And then because repeating things and pretending that's what the truth is usually works. It worked. He's a really good, shitty salesman. He should be selling Volkswagens.
Well, shit, he's selling watches and shoes and Bibles to
Yeah,
Christians.
why not cars? He'd be a great car salesman.
Yeah. Well, you may have Elon Musk has the cars. Maybe Trump will promote them. Yeah. I mean, if Trump,
these people that don't think about how clear this stuff is. If you're going to apologize for clear racism and bullshit, like trying to take away all of the earned rights, I'm blanking on the name right now, but the entitlements that people have worked their way into for years and years, and you're just going to take that away? You know, screw grandma. She doesn't need it. Screw these people that have, born with no working legs and have a disability, and now they don't even have a shot of getting a job anymore, even though before they at least could work. There was enough places that, needed to hire diversity. Let me help out the people that are in the worst struggles because they were literally born without legs or an arm or anything.
Now I want to ask you, before I wrap it up with you, I want to ask you something I haven't talked about in the show yet today, but it'll probably end up being the topic of an entire show because I'm expecting it not to end with this one individual, but I believe there's a Tennessee congressman that is trying to propose a bill that would allow Trump to run for a third term. My guess is he will get some friends on that. I don't know if they're going to allow Trump to run for a third term, but I guarantee there are going to be some people who vote yay for that. So I'm asking you, if there's any chance we will see Trump as still remaining in office past 2028?
Well, if that does go through, I'm going to be riding on the Capitol grounds that January 6th.
Oh, shit.
I was very clear with my friends, at least during 2020, if Trump actually said he was going to stay, I was going to go protest on the 20th. I was going to go there to the Capitol.
I can tell you it is.
If he tries to do this again and they try and get through some bullshit, I'm sure I won't be the only one there.
You're gonna get shot. I tell you, I do believe that if Trump is president, if Trump was president of this country on January 6th and another group tried to do that to him, what he orchestrated to do to Biden, it would have been violent. It would have been violent.
Oh yeah, he already shot all those protesters in Lafayette Square. There's so many people who lost eyeballs because they shot rubber bullets into the crowd and didn't give a shit.
Damn. Yeah.
Literal reporters, going at, reporting all of these riots and just the protest in Lafayette Square Park, not the riots. There were several people that lost their eyes because Trump had to have a photo op where he's holding a Bible upside down.
I've had the picture.
He didn't have the respect to put the Bible right side up. And he's the God-fearing man. Bullshit.
Trump is on video saying he's not a Christian. He's never asked God for forgiveness. So I don't believe he's God-fearing. Yeah, I don't believe he's God-fearing. That's the photo you're talking about right there with the Bible upside down behind him. Yeah. All right, I got to move it on. Appreciate you coming through once again, man. Always a pleasure. Same. Go ahead and do the draft for me so it'll save me the time, but I'll move the program and appreciate you coming on. Looking in the comments here, I don't remember. Thank you. Debo, you said I don't remember that. You don't remember what don't you remember there? If they do, we bring in Obama back. Obama. So if they get Trump a third term, you're saying it'll open up the door for for Obama to come back. That ain't how it works. Who said that? That is not how that works, Anthony Bellamy. Just like the Supreme Court gave Trump immunity. It ain't designed for everybody. It's designed for him. So, they open up. You ever see the old cartoons like He-Man and Skeletor and all these portals pop up? They can open up a portal and go into another dimension. The portal is meant for Trump. It's not going to be open for you to go through. So don't think that these changes in laws that they're setting that favor Trump are going to still be there when you come around. They're going to close that portal when your turn comes up. So it's not going to work like that. Like a good example is the Supreme Court gave Trump immunity for for things you do while you're in as president. They didn't define what immunity means. So they opened up a portal for him to go through. And folks were saying, well, if he could do that, then Biden, could refuse to certify the election or have Kamala Harris not certify the election. And I said this then, is that if you try to go through the portal that they created for Trump, then they're going to suddenly define what immunity is. Because they said that they were giving Trump immunity for some presidential acts. They didn't define what they are. So if you try to go through that same portal, they're going to define what those presidential acts are, and it's not going to include what you did. So the portal closes behind Trump. Same thing with the whole 3 terms for Trump. If Trump gets a 3rd term or something like that, on his way out, they'll probably pass some kind of, law that says, maybe this wasn't the right thing. And, we'll grandfather the guy that's in here, but, going forward, we're going to go back to 2 terms. We think that was the best idea. So he closed the door behind him. Diane Carter says, Tim, would you be willing to listen to words from a J6 protester that was, would you be willing to listen to words from a J6 protester that was at and inside the Capitol building? Watch MAGA Granny interview on Don Lemon. I haven't seen that interview. And by the way, I would listen to words from anybody. I've listened to words from people who told me flat out that I'm the dumbest person they've ever talked to. And I didn't block, ban, or censor. I'm all about free speech. So I would absolutely listen to words from a J6 protester, no matter how they felt on it. I haven't seen that video with Don Lemon, Diana Carter, but I am Diane Carter, but I am aware of it. I'm aware that she was the one they were claiming that was the MAGA grandma that was simply outside, never went inside the Capitol building, and was still incarcerated, spent several years. Turns out she only did like 6 months. And as you're pointing to, she told Don Lemon that she didn't want the pardon. She's basically admitting, yeah, what we did was criminal, and we don't deserve to be pardoned. And she was begging Trump to stop using her as a political talking point. So I am aware of the video. I haven't seen it with Don Lemon, and I do follow him on TikTok. I watch him sometimes, but most of the media I watch is right wing, but I'm aware of that video. And yeah, that grandma was like, look, we screwed it. We fucked up, period. We fucked up, fell in with the mob, and allowed ourselves to, lose our way. We should not be pardoned. And yeah, she was asking Trump to stop using her as a political talking point. If I'm correct, that's the video I believe you're talking about. But continuing on with the program, I don't know what I'm freezing up here. What does that say there? And by the way, the game is now, Eagles have taken another touchdown, 20-12, 52 seconds till halftime. So the Eagles are up by 8 going into halftime. He paid her, says it's too deep. You're saying that Don Lemon paid the old lady to say that? Evidence? That's all I'm going to say. You got proof, you got evidence. Trump's son will be 79 in height, 7'9" in height before Trump's term is over with. Is he that tall? Let me go back to, and for you folks that watch me on Instagram, and I do appreciate you folks that are coming in on Instagram. For some reason, Instagram times out. So if you're watching me on Instagram, I usually doing a broadcast, I have to restart it 2 or 3 times. It only takes a couple seconds. So if you're watching me on Instagram and the feed drops, it'll be back within 10 seconds. Because for some reason, Instagram doesn't let me run a continuous live like TikTok and YouTube yet until I figure it out. I'm still learning Instagram. So just if you drop on Instagram, just come right back to the program or to the platform. It'll come right back up. She's a knight. You're a pawn, says Dakota Martin. Who is she? She is a knight, and I'm a pawn? Who are you talking about? Kim, speedy trial rights were violated. Like I keep saying in regards to the J6 versus the Trump's versus the whole Black Lives Matter thing. All of the folks defending the J6 protesters openly admit what the Black Lives Matter folks did was incredibly wrong. It was very criminal. Some people even refer to it as acts of terror. So to compare yourself to them shows that what you did was an act of terror, was criminal, and very wrong. The only argument is, well, you didn't charge them, so you shouldn't charge us. But it is, to me, a clear admission that what you did was horrible, that you even got to bring them up, considering all the awful shit you said about them soon, not too, not long before you actually went in the Capitol. But Arsha, good evening.
Oh my goodness, Lord. It's been rough, man. I'm trying to be with you on. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay. I've been trying to join you on TikTok, Instagram.
Well, if it fell off on Instagram when I had you up, so my guess is.
Well, I think you pushed something. It's okay. We're all learning. And I tried to push something, and then I told you that I was unable to speak with you because I was unable to subscribe because of the Apple thing.
Yeah.
So yes, thank you. So I had to, and so thank you for turning off the subscribers only, because I'm always subscribing to you because you're my fave.
I have to solicit support because I want to change my background for better context. I need a bigger monitor so I can talk to these folks better. So sometimes I have to get a few subscribers because I don't solicit otherwise.
People are saying hi to me. Okay. Thank you, everybody. Hi. So, okay, first, because I want to stay on point with what our discussion is.
Okay.
Elon Musk is a South African. He was born and raised with in apartheid, with which he had definite. He was on the hierarchy.
Yeah. Just like Trump, he was born into the 1%.
Well, I wouldn't even say that Elon was born into the 1%. I think just he was born based on Black people are not as smart. They're in the lower totem pole, and we, meaning people that look like him, are on a different hierarchy. So
born privilege. And by the way, 26-12, the Eagles just scored again in those last 50 seconds. So they're about to get an extra point. It'll be 27-12 at halftime. You're saying Elon Musk was born privileged in his country?
I'm saying that Elon Musk was born on a system that was based on Mein Kampf.
Privilege.
No, no. Yes.
Yeah, if you're in that system and you're white, you have a privilege over people that are not.
Yes, I agree. However, that apartheid system in South Africa was based on Hitler's Mein Kampf.
Oh. I have not read Mein Kampf, so I can't speak on it.
I mean, you need to look at history in South Africa, and you can see the correlation. They're not teasing about it. It's not anything that they're like, ooh, But no, it was Mein Kampf's playbook.
Yeah, and I see in the comments, several people on YouTube are saying you're right. Somebody said he went to school there. Yeah, a lot of people are saying you're right. I didn't know that.
And I'm not necessarily saying that all people that are Caucasian or WASPs or light-skinned in South Africa, because there are a lot of people that were during that time, similar to the time of Martin Luther King, that were, not in that category of being like, I want to be a dick and I feel that I'm better because of my skin and that you're inferior because of your skin, which I had told you last week. Elon Musk has touted that the only reason that he specifically said Black people or women, but can become doctors is because they've lowered the expectations.
But do you believe Elon Musk is trying, because you mentioned, him growing up under apartheid, him, sympathizing with what Germany was. Do you think he's trying to do that here in America?
Elon Musk is expressing his superiority so outlandishly and so out front and so truthful that people at this time don't understand. Like, oh, it can't be that. Bro, he's literally telling you who he is.
In what way?
I don't know. Saying that Black men and black women can't possibly be doctors because white people must make it easier and lower the
When did he say that?
I'll send it to you if you can allow it. It's actually on record of him talking about DEI. He is so about the ADL that's there in Germany. Yeah. Listen, it is what it is. What you're seeing with your own eyes is the truth. I know a wave, okay? I know a wave. I can wave at you, Tim, and I'm going to have some flexion in my wrist, and I'm going to be waving with a waving. Mm-hmm. There's a difference between a salute and a wave.
Well, just for, I think everybody's seen it, but it's only a few seconds. I'll play it, and we'll talk about it. Because this came up on the show a couple of days ago.
But this one, this one really mattered. And I just want to say thank you for making it happen. Thank you. Thank you.
No waving.
Say that again?
No waving.
No waving at all.
It's not a wave.
No wave at all. He didn't wave at all. He threw something up. He didn't wave at all.
No, and what I like to bring back is if white supremacists, which we have here, or neo-Nazis or any of those are like, bro, we love you, that is a red flag. That right there says something.
So you're saying that it could potentially be a dog whistle, and this group is seeing it. Like a lot of folks of color view this as being something that looks racist, and all of a sudden you're saying the white supremacists see it as something that's being in a term of endearment or something, where they can see something where everybody else can see it the other way.
Listen, he could have smacked his chest, kissed his hands, and then shot it out as like a mwah, like an air kiss. There's a lot of different ways that you can show endearment that don't involve that kind of a salute. Let's call it a salute because it's not a wave. I've been to Disneyland. I've seen waves. He did not wave. Okay, this is.
What about him saying? But what about the follow? Because I'll give it a couple more seconds of this because people were talking about him saying, "My heart goes out to you."
My heart goes out to you. It is thanks to you that the future of civilization is assured. Thanks to you. We're going to have safe cities.
So does any of that change the context of it?
Absolutely not, because he didn't give it prior to the salute or the wave.
Yeah.
And his helping civilization. I've listened to enough of Elon Musk downgrading and demeaning people of color that he doesn't believe that we can be as smart, intelligent, and successsul, which is ludicrous because we're part of history.
Are you sure that now the guy got a bunch of companies? I mean, does he not have any people of color in any prominent positions? I don't know, because you're saying that he believes that they can only do so much. So if he shows that he got a black CEO or CFO out there, something like that somewhere, that would go against what you're saying. Are you sure he believes that blacks are inferior mentally?
He said that on a thing with Don Lemon, saying that the only way that black people can be doctors or surgeons is because they lowered the expectations. That's offensive.
I haven't heard that, but the problem is, what would make it sound so stupid is there are a lot of black countries that don't have any white people in them for the most part, and they got doctors and shit. So, how do you think the people are being cared for?
Listen, I can't explain anything about Elon Musk. I mean, I love Greta, the gal, Greta, right? Greta, she has autism and Asperger's. And she's never once in her life, as a Caucasian female, given a weird
salute.
And I see the things, okay, MAGA reacts. I'm not talking about DEI. I'm just talking about equality, okay? You can be equally smart without giving privilege. And what I'm very irritated and upset about, I am a Black woman who is married to a white male. My husband has always been very pro civil rights, DEI, understanding that he probably gets the job because he looks the way he looks versus somebody else. He will not argue about that.
So your husband believes he has white privilege.
Well, not everyone was a slave. No, everyone was a slave.
Is that what you're saying?
My husband understands that he is privileged in his demeanor and what he looks like.
Wow. I don't know.
But what I'm trying to say is I'm very hurt, kind of like Den Cal and a lot of the other Black men that you had on before me. The saddest thing to me is on Martin Luther King Observance Day.
He did it. Yeah, he did it on that day. Yeah, he did it on that day.
He chose to eliminate executive order, what LBJ chose to do, which was the Civil Rights Act and the equal opportunity, like anti-discrimination in the workplace. And anti-discrimination in the workplace isn't just about color. It's about your sex. It's about your religious preference. It's about your nationality. Where were you born? It's about, being a veteran. It's about disability. It's about all those things. And I think people in this country tend to think it's like a race card thing. There's so much more to America than race.
True. Well, we were founded that way. That's why it keeps coming up, though.
But we still have well, of course we were founded on race because women still couldn't vote. But I mean, we're still founded on so many different ideals and gifts. And I don't. I see it in the comments. Like, I'm not a veteran. But I'm not trying to pull the race card. I'm just saying. On MLK Day, he's the very first president to ever refuse on public television to sign the proclamation of Martin Luther King. On Martin Luther King Observance Day. I don't know how many people can see that as a kick in the face. Or a slap in the face, or he doesn't give a fuck about you, is because that man, regardless of how he did the right thing, he did everything. And no, do I think him releasing all the MLK tapes is a
I don't trust that. I'm gonna tell you right off the bat, in regards to the MLK stuff, it's not a good thing.
Huh? It's not a good thing.
No. Oh, I know. I'm glad he's releasing it. I just don't trust what's gonna come out.
Well, because the FBI and all those people tried to make him seem like a freaking horrible hypocrite. And if he releases those, it's gonna. Same with the JFK and same with the Robert Kennedy. You're gonna release not only all the truth, but all the lies.
Well, I don't know. We have to see what comes out on RFK and on JFK, but on Martin Luther King, we know for a fact that most of the powers that be in this country during that time did not favor him or what he was trying to do. He wouldn't have been necessary if the country favored that stuff. We'd already have civil rights. So any type of notes compiled on Martin Luther King, I don't trust him because we know that it was probably coming from a racist organization.
Well, exactly. And even the King family has said, please let us review it before you release, because at the end of the day, they're trying to defame MLK.
Wow.
They'd always been trying to defame MLK.
You know, but I got to move it on, Archer, but I'll say this in regards to MLK. Before they release him, I hope that some of the other presidents in the past, particularly Obama for certain, hopefully they, at the very least, went in and read some of that shit so that if the wrong thing comes out, they can step up and say, look, I looked into this file. They either left out some information or this is not true. I hope somebody else that has an unbiased perspective have looked in those files so that we can be told if what they're releasing is actually true. Because I'm on MLK, we know he was hated by at least half of the country or more. So I don't trust anything that comes out on that.
I have something to say about you. Please, anybody in the comments, do not even compare Puff Daddy or Diddy.
Give me your point. I gotta move on. Give me your point. Don't worry about that.
Just stop. Don't do it. That's gross. Just don't compare.
Give me your point. Don't worry about that. Talk to me. Give me your point. What were you about to make?
My point was, sorry, I got distracted. As a African or as a minority and as a female, times are going to be tough. And, you know, we need to keep our eye on the prize, do what's right, stay in your lane. Don't, don't be nonviolent. It's okay to protest and all that stuff. And, I feel like the first week has already been 4 years, Tim.
It's been a busy week. Yeah, it has.
If I could be Michael Jackson and go sit in a cryo freezer with my kids and my husband and just wake up in 20-something, yeah, absolutely. And then the whole thing of like, let's pass legislature to make him to enable it or make it so that he can have a third term. No. Because in that legislature and that bill, they make it so that Obama, Clinton, and George W. are not able to seek a third term. Only President Trump. Listen, if you're going to let everybody seek another term, then let everybody seek a third term. Because you know what? Over 50% of the population would have Obama again.
All right.
So, I'm so tired. We have a DEI president. We have a DEI secretary of defense now. Man, it's great to be a white man in America, Tim.
All right. Well said. I got to move it on, Arson. Got to move it. I do believe that regardless of how you feel about President Trump or his policies, I'd rather be a white male in that environment. I really would. Gen X says MLK was a womanizer and degenerate gambler. You sure you're talking about MLK or are you talking about Pete Hegseth? The point I'm making is this, and I've heard that MLK was a womanizer. I think that's true. I think historically that's true. I don't know. Do you need to be perfect to fight for civil rights? Isn't that what we're saying about all of these Trump picks is that you don't need to be perfect to do what's right? Our president is a womanizer. Is there anybody that would deny that Trump was not a womanizer? So that doesn't have any relevance at all. Not any relevance at all in regards to Martin Luther King. He was a womanizer. We just elected Trump. We've been through Bill Clinton. So womanizer, I don't know, should I sing the Britney Spears song, say it over and over again? We just elected Trump. We didn't care. When Trump got elected in 2016, people were bringing up that he had a bunch of baby mamas and all that. You know what MAGA was saying? I don't give a damn about what he did before he became president. I care about what he's talking about now. Let that apply to Martin Luther King. But I will say, like what I told my last caller, Arshafine, is that I'm going to read anything that comes out on Martin Luther King. I'm going to take it with a grain of salt. It's not even up for debate whether the FBI was biased at that time. During the time they were compiling notes and records on Martin Luther King, everybody knows the FBI was, I guess we could say, racist. My guess is very few members of the FBI were black. I mean, it doesn't matter how much education or credentials you had, you couldn't join the FBI during that era before we had civil rights. Every member of the FBI during that time was a DEI hire. You only got the job because you're white. So I'll read it. I want to know what they released on Martin Luther King, but my guess is it's not fair and unbalanced. It's not, and I would not surprise me if some of the things they were doing to undermine his success is removed from the records. You got to assume they had a few agents following that man around to see what he was doing. Just like my viewer here is talking about Martin Luther King was a womanizer and a degenerate gambler. Probably when he's out gambling, the FBI is talking to the folks he's gambling with. They're looking for bad shit on him. That's what we do. It's called dirtying up somebody. Police do that all the time. Remember when Trayvon Martin was killed by George Zimmerman and they went and found pictures of him to make him look menacing and was talking about he was smoking marijuana and was even truant at high school? They didn't have a lot on him. So they went and found what they could. Well, he's been truant from high school a few times. I mean, they went and found what they could. Well, somebody as old as Martin Luther King in his 30s, I'm sure they went and looked him up. Well, he got a bunch of women he's dealing with. So I don't trust what comes out in regards to that is the point I'm making. Looking in the comments, because I know it's coming from a biased source at that time. It's interesting to me that people won't defend Martin Luther King, but they'll defend Donald Trump. Yeah, that happens. That happens. Father Trayvon of the Blessed Heart. I don't know what that means. They're a Gen X, but I'll leave it at that. I wouldn't trust back then. I wouldn't trust back then what a white person says anyway. That's a long right now. Okay, I'll leave it at that. Before I continue with the program, and they supporting that they hit the Switzerland. I don't know what you're talking about there. I remember they were showing innocent photos of Trayvon. I don't know of any photos. They showed photos of Trayvon Martin looking like a young kid. And the right countered by showing photos of Trayvon Martin looking more menacing, darker, with him wearing a hoodie. But his criminal history showed he is an innocent person. He was an innocent person. He didn't have any crimes in his jacket. So he is an innocent person. So doesn't matter what the photos say. There was no long history of crimes committed by Trayvon Martin. He was an innocent person based on his criminal history. They're supporting that Elon Musk did the Switzerland thing. Okay, well, like I said, the people of Germany seem to think that what Elon Musk did is reminiscent of Adolf. They're not looking at it as Asperger's syndrome or some kind of autism or whatever people are claiming. They see what he did as being exactly what they've banned in that country. I've played a couple clips of it. By the way, I'm going to ask you guys to follow the program on TikTok, subscription on YouTube, if you will. If you enjoy this type of dialogue, nobody's being blocked, banned, or censored is how we do it here. So follow the program on TikTok, subscription on YouTube, if you will. Continuing on, man, I need to get on. Click. Who says that? Yahim or whatever. I'll bring you up before I can move it on. I think so, if it allows me to. I'm still learning the Instagram app, so I don't see where the request is made there. So I'll try to make it happen. Yeah. There we go. We'll see what happens there. Because the kangaroo court activist judge who told the jury they could only say guilty of something versus total angel did it so the judge could pin the donkey tail. 39 felonies about to be struck down. In regards to Trump in the 39 felonies, in my opinion, there is some witch hunt in it, but Trump is not an angel either. I think the case is like what Kevin O'Leary was saying. I think Trump got charged with some crimes that otherwise he probably would not have been charged with. And they certainly would not have been a felony. They wouldn't have been felonies. And they absolutely would not have gotten 39 of them. I really believe that if Trump was not president, was not running for president, and did the exact same thing, he would not walk away with 39 felonies. At best, one, maybe. My guess is Michael Cohen, who's his lawyer, would have still been his lawyer, would have worked out some deal with the courts, and he would have paid a fine, and that stuff would have went away. I definitely believe they trumped up. They exaggerated the charges because of who he is. But I'm going to say the same applies to Hunter Biden as well. Hunter Biden lying on a gun application, committing no crimes at all with the gun, and getting rid of it himself within 11 days. It wasn't like he was pulled over and they discovered a firearm in his possession that he had no right to have. He had already gotten rid of it. He had a firearm for 11 days at the line of, without Biden being his dad. If that was Elon Musk or Jeff Bezos' child, they would have paid the court a small fine and that would have went away. So both of them individuals, in my opinion, got railroaded to some degree. Their charges were exaggerated. This is just like January 6th and Black Lives Matter, where the folks on the right are talking about things that are unfair, but when it happens to somebody on the left, they're totally okay with it. What happened to Hunter Biden was a perfect example of that. What they were doing to him with, I mean, he did not file his income taxes for several years. When they caught up with him, he paid the taxes back plus interest. Talk about a victimless crime. Isn't this what we used to defend Trump? It's a victimless crime. They wanted him to spend time in prison for that. So I'm just simply saying you can't point out how wrong something is, but then when it happens to your guy, say, well, no, it's not wrong anymore. I do believe both of them, Trump and Hunter Biden, got victimized by exaggerations of charges. I do believe that. Looking in the comments, why was he pardoned from 2014? Because they would have victimized him again. Sheldon Walsh. They would have. Look, I'm going to tell you right off the bat. If Hunter Biden was my son, for what they caught him with, I'd have probably did something similar. I mean, it ain't like Biden is speculating on whether Trump will go after his kid or not. I mean, they announced we intend to go after him. We intend to go after Dr. Fauci, General Milley, Liz Cheney. I mean, they pretty much read off a hit list. If you don't think these people did anything wrong, or if you believe that the justice system is going to be weaponized against them, you'd have done the same thing for Trump. You would have, even if, okay, what Trump did is wrong. The charges were exaggerated, no denying that. But what they charged him with, he did do. He played games with the numbers on his appraisals and his taxes. He actually did commit the violations they said. But I agree they exaggerated the charges. So if he committed those violations and you knew the next administration was promising to go after him, and they've already made it clear they will weaponize the system, you would have been totally okay with pardoning Trump in the same manner Hunter Biden got pardoned. I mean, the Trump administration was putting bullseyes on people's backs. So it is what it is. Trump is amazing. He ended the slaughter of the Palestinians, says Sid. I don't believe that's over with, Sid. I don't believe that's over with. In fact, before I go back to the box, I read an article, I think it was, they said that, because the Israelis were kicking ass. After what happened to them on October 7th, they've been kicking ass. It's estimated that they slaughtered 18,000 members of Hamas. But you know what happens when you're on a slaughtering spree? You get a lot of innocent casualties. And that same article said that in addition to them slaughtering 18,000 members of Hamas, the fact that they had so many innocent victims that had nothing to do with Hamas, women, babies, and all of this. In fact, they claim that Hamas per capita now represents the number one country in terms of child amputees. Per capita, there are more children missing limbs in Hamas than any other place on earth. The results of this has been they slaughtered 18,000 members of Hamas, but it blew up the recruiting for Hamas. They estimate Hamas has been able to recruit as many as 18,000 new members. People missing moms and dads, got this forever hatred in their heart. They've seen innocent people walking down the street with their hands in the air getting popped. 18,000 new members. So when you say that Trump ended the slaughtering in Hamas, or you said Trump is amazing, he ended the slaughter of the Palestinians, and thank you for the super chat there, Sid. I'm going to tell you, he didn't end it. There's a lot of Palestinians with grudges on them. They just can't do anything about it right now. It might be 20 years from now. There's a lot of people that got deep grudges with them, deep grudges for what happened. I'm not saying that Israel does not deserve the right to defend itself. What happened on October 7th was wrong as the days are long. They have a right to defend their safety and sovereign territory. But there's no denying they went overboard. In fact, they were attacked by Hamas, and they obviously dealt huge blows to Hezbollah, Yemen. They struck targets in Iran. They've been in Syria. They used that as an excuse to go apeshit. Well, there's a lot of grudges out there, so it ain't over with. It is not over with. It's just temporarily calmed down for a minute. It ain't over with. MLK had quite a routine of womanizing at his closest supporters, Jesse Jackson and many others. I don't understand why that's being brought up when we got Trump in office. Melania Trump admitted to Barbara Walters when she met Trump, he was sneaking away from the girl he was with to ask for her number. If we don't give a damn about womanizing now, why do we care about it when Martin Luther King was there? Why is that coming up? You want womanizing to be part of Trump's legacy? Probably not. So why are you bringing it up as part of Martin Luther King's legacy? I don't, look, you could be a womanizer and do a bunch of great things. My guess is most of our leaders throughout the planet had more than one woman. That's the Christian thing, I guess. We should only have one woman. I don't know, but that's irrelevant. What, are you going to tear up the I Have a Dream speech because the guy got two chicks at the crib? It's irrelevant. Okay, talk about it. I mean, I don't know what it means other than, okay, he had more than one chick. I mean, look at what Bill Clinton did actually in the Oval Office. And his legacy is fairly strong among Democrats. The Kennedys, John F. K, banging Marilyn Monroe. I mean, they were known for doing that. Out of the probably 10 most well-known presidents, John F. Kennedy is probably one of them. I don't know what bringing up that he womanized. I mean, that ain't going to, to me, bringing up that MLK was a womanizer 60, 70 years ago looks like Martin Luther King derangement syndrome. That's all it looks like is MLK derangement syndrome. That shit's old. All of the chicks are dead, all of that. That stuff's gone. Who cares about that? Yeah, he has some broads around. I mean, we don't even talk about the fact that Thomas Jefferson was banging a 14-year-old and it had 6 kids with her. That don't come up that much. You talk about Thomas Jefferson, talk about him being one of the founding fathers, and you give him all kinds of credibility. You don't talk about the fact that he was a pedo, do you? So good luck with that. Looking in the comments here, young Black and Latino men say they chose Trump because of the economy and jobs. I believe that's true. I mean, a lot of folks thought the economy was really bad under Biden. I will say, though, before I go to the next caller, I often talk about perception is reality. And I do believe that is the case, was the case under Biden, even though all of the economists, the analysts of the economy were saying the economy was getting better and was stronger than any other country on earth. But in America, our perception was our economy was doing terrible. And Trump was able to run on that, and he ultimately won. Now, I will tell you, though, perception is reality does not die out with Biden. Trump is in office now, and a lot of minorities think that he is intolerant towards minority communities. We can argue whether he is or not, but just like with the economy, it doesn't matter what people say, perception is reality. If people perceive that guy to be a racist, that's going to be part of his legacy. Perception is reality, and then all of these weird things happen, and you're constantly having to defend why this or that or this isn't racist. Ain't helping. It is not helping. We'll see. Looking in the comments, Kevin. I don't know why TikTok is doing that. Kevin J said it won't let you subscribe because I would appreciate some of you folks showing the program some love and helping get the subscriber base up. I don't know why TikTok is doing that. And I'm going to avoid restarting the live today because we'll hopefully tomorrow something that doesn't do it. I don't know why it's doing that because I certainly didn't. Let me make sure I didn't fuck with anything on this side over here before I continue on my next caller here. Yeah, because I didn't change anything. Subscribers. I got everything off. Send subscription. Yeah, I don't know why it's doing that. I didn't turn anything on to make that happen. So let me continue on the program. You can't purchase anything through the mobile app. You can't purchase anything through the mobile app, says Alter Ego. Man, I don't know. I don't know why it's doing it. If it doesn't matter if Trump is a womanizer, then why are we talking about MLK? To demonize MLK. Fatima, to demonize MLK. Like I said, if you are a civil rights leader, there are going to be people who want to dirty you up. Period. I mean, Jesse Jackson, Al Sharpton, Medgar Evers, you name it. Any civil rights leader you think of, somebody was out there actively trying to dirty them up. I mean, I don't care. Even some of these basketball players, like LeBron James and some of them, they start talking about civil rights. All of a sudden, people start hating them. People don't like. There's no way to defend civil rights without people hating you, because there are some people that don't want folks to have civil rights. There is no way. Because people say protest peacefully. If I don't want you to accomplish something, there's no way for you to peacefully protest to me to get it. If I don't believe you should have civil rights, it doesn't matter how you protest. I'm not going to be a fan of it because you're protesting something I don't agree with. Just like folks who protest against police misconduct, police brutality. The first thing we do is find something bad about the person protesting. I mentioned Trayvon Martin earlier in the program. He essentially had a clean rap sheet. He didn't have anything on his rap sheet. So they started talking about he was smoking weed and he was truant from school. They were that eager to find something to dirty him up. They brought it that he missed school a few times. I mean, like, that was it. He's dead, and you're talking about he didn't show up for school a few days? As if that somehow, those things are in it. People going to find a way to dirty you up. Let me go back to the box. Continuing on. Denkel, good evening. Welcome to the show. It was all written in the records. It was true. It was history. Are you talking about Trayvon or are you talking about MLK there, Fancy? Denkel, good evening.
Hey.
I saw you was holding on. I tried to bring you up earlier. My apologies, but
Yeah, no problem.
yeah. So what brought you on? We talked about some every damn thing.
I know it's been so much, but I just wanted to correct the record for some of the people about January 6th real quick.
Okay.
And we're talking about the police officers who let people in.
Mm-hmm.
They have already done an investigation, and some of those police officers have been fired and let go.
Oh,
it was 35 different officers that went through I think it was House or Senate investigations, and they have been fired. So I just want to, because
they should have made that more public.
Yeah. I mean, but all of those things are happening, but you have to go. You're saying who should have made it more public?
I'm saying at the January 6th hearings when they were chastising Trump and MAGA, the cops who were co-conspirators in it should have been brought up too.
And it goes back to our understanding that Democrats do a horrible job of putting this information out, but it's public knowledge. Like you can go right now and just type in cops who let people in January 6th, and it'll tell you all about the guys. Some of them, a couple of them, they off themselves.
Wow. That should have been. Yeah, that definitely should have been made far more public. because they are using that as a defense to show that the protesters didn't do anything wrong because so many cops let them in. And a lot of people don't know that. I haven't heard that cops were being fired for that. That they haven't put that out there.
Right. That's true, but it's out there. It's on public record, and they've had the same way that the guy who pew-pewed Ashley Babbitt. Like they had hearings on that. Like he had to testify and everything, but people don't know exactly what happened. Everybody's still talking about, well, he could have did this, he should have did that, but none of them have ever listened to what.
Yeah, but in that case, my opinion is different because you got Ashley Babbitt's death essentially caught on video. Anybody trying to come up with reasons for why she shouldn't have been shot are just defending Ashley Babbitt. To me, Ashley Babbitt is MAGA. She's one of the team, so we're going to look out for her, knowing damn well that if that was Queen Latifah or somebody trying to get into some city hall building in Alabama, you would have been like, she fucked around and found out. You don't need a hearing on that. It's on video.
Right, and that's why I just try to put these little nuggets out here because I hear these same arguments and we get caught up having this long drawn out argument, just like people are sitting here today talking about it was documented that Martin Luther King was a womanizer. Like what?
It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant.
Yeah, it is, and we don't need to get caught up in because there's so much, like you say. You don't need to make stuff up because there's so much real shit out here that we could be talking about that we don't need to be, people say, it doesn't matter what you say. MAGA Reacts is going to say, I don't see a problem with it. I don't see nothing wrong with it. You give him the proof. You tell him where he can find the information. Well, I don't see nothing wrong with it.
Yeah.
Like, dude. Like people died. Like stuff happened. Trump. Elon. Yeah. They jumped from topic to topic. Well, Elon. It was just a Roman salute. Then he had Asperger's. The real way we can tell he knew what he was doing because he ain't came out and said he did.
That's a great point. That is, not only is that a great point, but that also applies to Trump. A lot of times when Trump does something controversial and everybody is defending Trump and saying, he never says it himself. He never comes out. It's always people, Trump can do something wild, and before the sun go down, you got a bunch of MAGA folks defending it saying it meant something else. Like, what is he saying it was, though? He never says anything.
He had the ability to say it on right there. He could have said, I'm sorry, I know what it kind of looks like, but, that's not what happened. I do have Asperger's. That would have been perfectly acceptable.
But I see in it, but in the comments, people are saying he did address this, though. I haven't heard it.
No, what he said is he said the left has to have better politics, than that. He did not explain. He just basically said that people were, where the left was just because they didn't like him, they made something up. He never said, I didn't do that. Okay. And then the next week he goes somewhere where those people are apologetic to that same salute and has this speech in which he reinforces what he did, and they still saying, and they only doing it because Trump backs him. Because the moment Trump says, well, that guy's out off hinge, then they're gonna be saying, yeah, he is. He is a sympathizer. They're gonna change their whole.
You said if Elon and Trump has a falling out, and Trump says that salute meant what we thought it meant, they would suddenly start seeing the same thing.
Boom! Instantly, and and with no shame, they would just be on here like, nah, I was just. I misunderstood what you're saying because I think really, Trump, Tim, you taking stuff out of context.
I do get that a lot. That's why that's why you always have me cracking up when you use that phrase. You're taking it out of context. And you hear that from Trump supporters a lot. Everything, like when I showed the Elon Musk salute, first thing everybody in the comments said, "Well, play the rest of it." Then, like, what do you expect him to say that's going? I mean, what is he going to say to make us say, okay, well, now I understand why he did that? I mean, like, what were you expecting to see?
And I put in earlier in the chat, I'm sure you didn't see it, but I put in earlier in the chat, it's the same like at the end of everything that Trump did and said, he said, go peacefully and, peacefully.
Patriotically,
all of the rest of the stuff, they ignored him. Fight like hell. You're not gonna have a country. They stole your country. We got to do fight.
Yeah.
But do it peacefully.
And I will say, in regards to playing the rest of the video and taking something in context, have you ever seen the liberals do any damn thing crazy and folks were like, I need to see the rest of the video? When Biden falls down on stage, one time he tripped over a sandbag. Well, show the rest of the video. You don't ever hear that. It's only when Trump does something.
Yeah. He literally tripped over something which anybody would have. They don't care about that. He's just old.
Yeah, show the rest of the video. Like, this guy, something was left on stage that don't belong here, and he tripped over it. Well, you don't need to see that. You're okay with just the fall now. So, I mean, I don't have any explanation for that, but that does happen a lot.
Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, the excuses, man. It's sickening. And I know we got to keep on having these conversations. That's the only way we're gonna get through it. But it's hard to have conversations when I think people are being intellectually dishonest. Like, you cannot be for something and then turn around and say, "Well, I haven't even looked at it." Like Trump says, "I haven't even looked at Project 2025. I don't want to look at it." Like, what kind of person do you want to be in charge he's not even going to look at things that the people are saying might be hurtful to them? Like, he's supposed to be the president for everybody, not just the people who vote for him.
Yeah, I've mentioned this before. With Project 2025 being so well known among voters and so controversial, it's hard to believe that you haven't at least read this. To tell the people you don't know what it is or you ain't read it, I mean, it is hurting your candidacy with some voters. I mean, there are people that didn't vote for Trump simply because of that. Like, if you're not reading this, it does show, like you said, you don't even look into stuff. Like, even if you ain't got nothing to do with it, well, shit, let me see what they're talking about. I ain't got nothing to do with this, but who the hell is pinning this on me? Let me see what this is. The idea that you're claiming you haven't read it yet, it's not believable.
With his name in it 300 times?
Yeah.
Trump will get pissed off if he see an email with me. A text with me saying something bad about him. So you think he gonna let somebody like the Heritage Foundation put his name in a document 300 times saying that he supports it and he ain't look into it? You know what I'm saying? Is that's incompetence, or he think that we stupid? Either way, it's not good for who's the president of the United States.
But despite all the stuff he's saying, is it indeed possible that we may get a great commander-in-chief out of this guy? We may get, Panama, Greenland, Canada. I mean, we may get a good economy, $2 gas. Is it possible he might do good things for America?
Well, I think that's a kind of loaded question because really the question is, yes, it's going to be good for some people. Like, we already know the stuff he's doing is good for the rich and the wealthy. Like, yeah, they getting their $500 billion and they getting these contracts, and he's doing this stuff about the trade.
Yeah, but $2 gas would be good for us all. No tax on tips and overtime.
We at $2 now. I mean, I'm not like, if my gas costs 50 cents cheaper than it is right now, it's not going to change my life or nobody else's life. We done survived under $5 a gallon. We done survived under
but
that.
But 50 cent a gallon drop in gas for people who drive a lot, like truck drivers. Hell, me, I drive 80 miles a day or so. I wouldn't notice that. I mean, I fill up about 2 or 3 times a week. I would notice a 50 cent per gallon drop in gas. It ain't gonna make me fucking rich, but it might, it might put a couple $100 in my pocket per month.
Right, and that's fine, and that applies to all of the people who actually transport goods and services and all of that stuff. But that's just going for the drivers, because the people who move in the goods and services, the owners of all the goods and services, they're not dropping the price because the gas go down.
Yeah, that's a problem.
They only raising the price when the gas go up.
Well, see,
so
that's
is it gonna be good for the country that he's getting rid of all of this African American history and all of this stuff because reputation, representation means a lot to different different groups of people. Like, where you came from, being proud to say we contributed to this American experiment and this is what we did and this is what we had to fight through. To get rid of all of that just to make people not feel bad about themselves is
Wow.
I heard this. I heard this comment one time. It said there has been no time in human history that burning books or getting rid of history has worked out good for civilization.
Yeah, that's believable.
Every time they try to remove information
It's
for
bad.
whatever reason, it has never worked out for civilization.
And I see in the comments somebody even said that $2 gas is not worth giving up. Facts Only said it's not worth giving up my rights for all that. Before we move on, did you hear any rumors? Because somebody early in the show talked about Elon Musk trying to buy MSNBC.
Yeah. He was also one of the people that Trump floated for buying TikTok. So either way, like he's getting the people closest to him to buy up. He's trying to create a state-run media system.
That's what happened.
Which is what the mustache man. And anytime somebody transitions their country from a democracy to an authoritarian situation, you got to control the information stream. And if Republicans don't understand that it doesn't work out for anybody when the media is all telling you the same thing.
I said that's one of the things I said is that the right would, if George Soros was buying Fox News, OAN, and Newsmax, the right would be able to clearly see how problematic that is. And I agree with you that it doesn't matter if you like Trump or hate him, you know he's not 100% honest. No man is. So why would you, eliminating his critics can only cause problems. If you start eliminating the networks that have the ability to criticize him, yeah, then you're right. He can tell you anything because you start eliminating all the fact checkers.
Right, and then they even built that into like the creation of this country, calling it the fourth estate. Like you need a media that's not gonna be all saying the same thing. You have to have a contrary, you have to have a back and forth. Because if you don't, and all you can feed the people is the same thing, and everything says this leader is great. That's when you have people like Smittler. That's when you have people who can dominate the minds, and then after they finish doing what they're doing, then everybody is upset, and now they talking about, well, we need to just get rid of this in the history books so we won't feel bad about it. Ain't that what they've been telling us?
It's made me concerned because all of my lives are archived on YouTube. So since I've been doing the program, several years worth of lives, and it's like shit. If we ever did have a Schmittler type environment, it probably wouldn't be a good idea for me to have that shit out there. So I'm like, damn, do I need to get rid of my shows?
Right. And then one thing people need to understand is also when we have all of these people, I call them oligarchs, people can call them whatever they want to. When we got all of these richest people in the world who are in charge of this new AI generation, they got to understand that those AIs, initially, they're going to have to be programmed by people.
Yeah.
And if you have people like Elon and Zuckerberg and Larry Ellison and all of them people, they get to input. They're going to do it just like the people in the beginning who wrote the Bible did. They're going to write it to, to help themselves.
Write it favorable to one side. Yeah.
Right.
That is true, but with AI, apparently it keeps learning and it cannot unlearn. So you would make it so that certain people had no input in it.
Right, but the problem is going to be is eventually AI, and this is just coming from a theoretical position that I have. Eventually, when you teach computers how to teach themselves, eventually computers are going to view human beings as a virus, as a cancer, and we're going to be the reason for all of the problems. Like if it's about the environment, they're going to look. The computers are going to say to themselves, why do we have these problems? Because of human beings. Why do we have all of these problems? Because of human beings. Yeah. Eventually, it has to come back and say that human beings are the problems for every damn thing. And that's what people don't understand about AI.
That could be scary. Kind of like Maximum Overdrive. I got to move it on, no, Dencal. That could be scary. AI could get to be dangerous at that level.
and it's coming. And all of these people, the richest people in the world, the ones that's funding it, the ones that Trump is propping up, talking about these AI investments, and he's gonna create power generation just to power these AI centers because they need so. They're talking about restarting up 3 Mile Island to power up one of these new AI, stations because they take so much power.
Right.
They're going to use a whole nuclear plant to run this thing, and bro, that can't be good. That can't be good, man.
It's gonna be some interesting times ahead. Good thing I'm an old man. I ain't gonna be around through some of that shit, but my kids got to deal with it.
I know. It's my kids that I worry about more than anything.
All right, then, Cal. Thanks for coming through. All right, moving on with the program. And I do want to respond to a super chat. That is Forever C10 says context. They call a lion a cat, but it's still a lion. That's the whole gender thing. I can't argue with that. And it didn't help. That did not help the liberals out at all. The transgender community, for all of their very minute numbers, the transgender community represents 0.001% of the population or something like that. Bowing down to them and changing the definition of a woman did not help the Democrats out at all. It just, man, that was a destructive thing. I said that on many lives before that you probably will not hear going forward the Democrat Party doing much to defend the transgender community. It'll just be kind of a wink and a wave. You know, what are we talking about? Dog whistles. Dog whistles. Like if you can look at Elon Musk and say, he's not going to come out and say he's defending these groups of people, but the dog whistles make it clear. That's probably what will happen with the Democrats and the transgender community. You're probably not going to hear them openly defending the transgender community anymore because it's hurt them so much. Just like if Elon Musk or Trump were to openly defend some of these communities they're being connected with, it would hurt them. So you got to do it in dog whistle and backdoor fashion. And that's what the Democrats are probably going to do with the LGBT community, is not refer to it as out in the open. I was referring to policies in there. He won because all you cultists believe all of his lies, like lowering prices, says Nate. Well, we got to see if Trump lowers prices. He's only been there for 6 days. So I know he promised to do a whole lot of stuff instantly. That stuff, yeah, he lied there, but the right ain't gonna hold him accountable for saying he was going to end the Ukraine-Russian war and things like that. As far as the right is concerned, look, he had to say that to get elected. They're admitting it's a lie. They just don't call it a lie. But yeah, he promised to end the Russian-Ukraine war in 24 hours. He lied about that. He failed on it. It didn't happen. I don't think they're going to hold him accountable. And I will say that Trump could come in office and fail on 90% of his promises, only deliver on 10. And most of the right will still say 10% of Trump is still better than 100% of Biden or Kamala Harris. So he could fail on quite a bit, and the right is still going to pick him over Kamala or Biden because they think that those folks are just that bad. So let me be a millionaire. I would like to be that. What is a woman? How would you define a woman? Arlene, I go with chromosomes. Whatever the chromosome, what is it, X and Y, whatever the hell the chromosomes are for a woman. If this person is born with those chromosomes, they're a woman. That's what I would go. Now, obviously, you should have a vagina and uterus and all the internal organs, but we're not always made correctly, which is why I don't ever buy into the notion that God doesn't make mistakes. It happens all the time. So, yeah, whatever the chromosomes are that a woman has, if you're born with that, you're a woman. If you're born with the male chromosomes, you're a male. If you're born with something else, damn it, you are something else. Which is why I'm not a fan of Trump saying that there's only two genders, because people that are not born with the right chromosomes could actually be something else. You can be born with both. You can be born anatomically with both sexual forms of genitalia. You can be born with both of those. You're not a woman, you're not a man. So there is other genders out there. They represent a minute portion of our society, but there are other genders. It is more than two. Now, once you start getting into all of this pansexual and, queer and all, I don't think that's a gender. That's your sexual preference. So I don't consider that stuff as being an actual gender. I think that's your sexual preference. And by the way, I don't know why anybody needs to know that. If you're bi-curious, for instance, you want to be a librarian, why does a librarian need to know you're bi-curious? They don't need to know that. So I don't understand why people are, even if you're heterosexual, do you put down on the job application that you're heterosexual? I don't see why your sexual preferences need to even be told to people. But the LGBTQ community did start going around. How many of you guys have seen TikTok profiles where it says that right below their name, pansexual, or I can't even think of some of them. I mean, there's a lot of them. Why does anybody need to know that? Unless you're joining some kind of group where you're among like-minded individuals, and let's say you're joining a group where it's not a lot of you folks. So for people to join, you're hoping to get like-minded individuals. Then that's one thing. But just walking around telling people, well, I'm queer. Why do they need to know that? So I never could understand that. That's not me trying to be against or for the community. I consider myself an ally, but I don't understand why people even need to know. Why are you yelling out your sexual preference? Is that really something people need to know about? I believe it's a way to track people. Well, nobody's telling them to yell that stuff out. They're doing it voluntarily. So they want to be tracked if that's the case. Some job applications ask if you are LGBTQ. I'll admit it is weird, and I'm far left. Well, that's because they started catering to the far left. People saying they want to be called certain pronouns and things like that. I got into a big argument with somebody. It was what looked like a woman to me that wanted me to refer to them as they. And I'm trying to respect this person because I'm an ally of the community, but I'm trying to respect this person. But we're having a conversation, a debate, and there's more than just me and this one individual. There's other people on there, and they're attacking some of my beliefs because I see some things favorable to the right, and this is a very far left forum. And when this person would speak, but she said, well, excuse me, I said my name is they, and going off on me. What part of they don't you understand? And I'm telling this person, I'm like, I'm 50 plus. When I went to school, I was taught if you use they as a singular, you'd fail the class. I always used the joke, if I called up one of my boys and said, I need some help, they over here kicking my ass. And they showed up and there was one female looking person beating the hell out of me, they would laugh. You said they. You said you needed help. They were kicking your ass. We came all over here to help you, and you got one bride on you. They never made sense for somebody my age. And I told myself, you got to understand, you're trying to teach an old dog new tricks. We were taught they is a plural word. So I've never been, I never understood referring to one person. That's just confusing. So you couldn't come up with something else. You got the whole alphabet and spectrum at your behest. You're making up whatever you need to make up. You're going against the grain. Could you not pick something that's a little bit less confusing than that? Like you got everything at your disposal. You about to make up some shit. Make up something that's a little bit more clearer. They? By yourself, huh? All right. And it never made sense to me. And like I said, I consider myself an ally, and I still got in trouble. And that's what caused problems is that it came across as if these folks are trying to damn near rewrite the English language and shit, where you got to start it all and all of that. All in defense of a tiny, tiny portion of the population. The Democrats ain't going to do that again. I can guarantee you that. So is Elon Schmittler now. Should I buy the Cybertruck? I don't think Elon is Schmittler, but I do believe he sympathizes with the guy. I think he does indeed maybe see, some people may see some good in him. I played the clip earlier, if I can find it, of Elon at a far right conference the conference is in Germany. I don't think he was in Germany at the time, but he's speaking to the crowd that's there. And his language shows that he's somewhat sympathetic to the cause.
So for Germany, I think some things that, something I think that is just very important is that people take pride in Germany and being German. This is very important. It's okay to be proud to be German. This is a very important principle. I think there's frankly too much of a focus on past guilt, and we need to move beyond that. Children should not be guilty of the sins of their parents, or even let alone their parents, their great grandparents, maybe even.
And that is very similar to language you hear here in America. It's okay to be white or proud to be white, which it is.
I can tell that she has a great sense of humor, but she hasn't told.
You hear that language in this country, and what he's saying sounds very familiar. That's the only reason I pointed out. When you start telling the kids, you shouldn't feel guilty about what your grandparents and great grandparents did, when you know what they did is that awful. I mean, look, you can't control what they did, true enough, but if my dad or my granddad murdered a bunch of people, I would feel somewhat guilty about it. No, I didn't have nothing to do with it, but I'm not gonna walk around proud. I won't talk about him at all, by the way. I would not even want to discuss him. I would feel somewhat guilty of that. Maybe I shouldn't, is what he's saying. I don't know, but I would feel guilty of that. I believe you changed, says Vintage Mama. You said you believe I've changed? Sounds like something my ex-wife said right after she walked out the house. How did I change? Let me know. Sure it is, but the tone of it is what's concerning. Well, to me, it sounds like he's a sympathizer with the cause. I mean, not only is he saying that, but he's saying it to a far-right group as well. I mean, it ain't just what he's saying, it's the audience he's saying it to. That, to me, also has overtones. So this the audience he's saying it to. Like, y'all don't have to be concerned about what happened back then. Tim, why is this group far-right? Please define. I'd have to look into their politics, because I'll admit I'm going by what all of the media is saying. The AFD event, the name of the group is the AFD. Why are they far right? I'd have to look up some of the politics they stand on. But if everybody's calling them far right, you tend to know what the far right stands for. They're generally very religious. They're generally, far right groups are very, very much male dominated. Most far right groups do not believe in women's equality. They believe that woman has a place. Most far right groups are not very pro minority, whatever that may be. It ain't got to be black. It could be in your area. It could be a certain type of religion, like in the Middle East. One dominant religion and this other religion is a small. They're not very pro minority. They're mostly, like I said, they believe women should be in their lane. They're very religious. They're not very pro minority. They tend to be very much nationalist, focusing on whatever their area. That we're all about us. Nationalism is also popular among far right groups. I'd have to look up the actual policies of the Alternative for Germany. That's what their name. That's what the ADL stands for, AFD or whatever. An Alternative for Germany. It's a political party. But if everybody is calling them far right, I doubt if they're independent or left. I doubt it. I don't think everybody's getting it wrong. I haven't heard anybody refer to them as anything else. What a bunch of lies, says Doug King. Give me some examples. Give me some. We got plenty of far right groups in America, far right groups in terms of other countries. Give me some examples of what's wrong about it. I don't know any far-right country that's not very religious, that is not marginalizing women, and that is not, in favor of the majority over the minority. There are plenty of far-right countries as examples. Most of the Middle East is far-right. Most of the Middle East is like that. So give me some, if you think I'm wrong, you can point it out. Just let me know what you're talking about. Now in the comments, Life of Miles says you just described conservatives. Well, far right tends to be conservatives, but all conservatives are not far right. Like you could say that progressives tend to be Democrat, But not all Democrats are progressives because it's like going further into that environment. You could have some conservatives that are just, just slightly right of center. They're not far right though. So far right tends to be conservatives, but you can be conservative and not be far right, if that makes sense. Yeah, the Eagles are about to win. We're entering the fourth quarter. They're up by 11, 34-23. So there's plenty of time for the Commanders to come back, but it don't look like that's going to happen. MLK got more pussy than he deserved, and I can get anyway. Gen X is an annoying. I don't know what. I don't understand it. Why are we bringing up how much ass a man got 70 years ago? He's dead. The hoes are dead. Just about every founding father of this country was fucking a bunch of people. I mean, we don't talk about any of that. I mean, most of the folks that had all that power were getting plenty of ass. That's kind of what comes along with power, is broads. If you got a lot of power, from musicians to millionaires, if you got a lot of money, chicks kind of come along with that. I don't. Why is it all of a sudden something unique with Martin Luther King? Some of the folks that we view as the best you ever could have been for America were womanizers. Why does he get a pass? By the way, most pastors too. Martin Luther King, the Reverend Martin, most pastors get a lot of ass. You talk about some of the heavy white denominations like the Catholic Church and the Mormons, a lot of that ass was underage. Why is Martin Luther King getting some kind of special conversation? I mean, that's just the way it is. Most people of power, most men in power, unless they choose to only be with one woman, they got access to many of them. That's just common. And the further back in history you go, where women had less and less power, it's going to be even more common. Why are we singling out Martin Luther King? We're actually releasing the FBI records. Trump is going to release the FBI records for JFK, his brother that was assassinated, Robert Kennedy, and Martin Luther King. Out of those three men, if only the womanizing of MLK comes up, that should show you right there that shit's biased as hell, because JFK was known to bang women, like Marilyn Monroe and all of them. If you don't hear anything about JFK being a womanizer, and it constantly comes up with MLK, that's all you need to know about the bias. That is all you need to know, because that JFK was known as a womanizer, known to be one. Even though he had Jackie Onassis or whatever, he was known to be cheating on her big time. If you don't hear a lot about that, and everybody's bringing up Martin Luther King's womanizing, that's all you need to know. Looking in the comments, Tanya Neal says, again, Tim, you twist and manipulate. Let me know what's being twisted. What's being manipulated? What am I supposed to do with these shoes? Go to space. Don't know what that means. He is lying to try to throw you off the point. What is the point there? Have you seen the video of Tim Walz, AOC, and other Democrats making that same salute? I've seen still shots of Kamala Harris and all them throwing up the salute. I didn't hear the hard chest thump. I didn't see him throw it up multiple times either. And then, of course, they weren't speaking to an alt-right audience, telling them they shouldn't feel guilty about Adolf's past as well. I mean, like I said, in Elon's case, it ain't just a salute. We always talk about taking things into context. Elon seems to be getting caught up in stuff that is similar to this over and over again. Okay, we know he came out of South Africa. We know that country has its own history with this stuff, apartheid and all of that. I guess we're supposed to exclude that. We know he's done the salute. Okay, that was something he was just doing as a friendly gesture. Now he's speaking to an alt-right audience, telling them they shouldn't feel guilty about stuff like this. Obviously, he's with the Trump administration. They're talking about DEI and how, African Americans, a lot of other folks are only getting these jobs because they're black. I mean, you're stringing enough together where you're starting to question, like, is all of this coincidence? Is all of this liberal fear-mongering? I mean, like I said, with the whole economy under Biden, or the immigrants being rapists and murderers, perception is reality. If you think immigrants coming over here are all coming to hurt people, your perception is what you vote on. If you believe the economy is the worst it's ever been, your perception is what you vote on. If you believe Elon Musk does not like people of color, your perception is what you vote on. So just want to let you know it works on both sides. It doesn't change when it's somebody you favor versus somebody you don't. He was also a terrible human being, says Bahamian Greek. I don't know anything about Elon Musk in regards to that, though. The salute he did isn't why I think he's off. It's a combination of things. I'll tell you something, too, also. When you got the museum in Germany taking down Elon Musk's photo because of that salute, to me, that gives it a little bit more credibility. When you got Germans acting on it, because it's illegal in Germany to praise Adolf or the Third Reich or any of this. They outlawed it. It's you can do all of the hate you want in America, but it's illegal over there. They didn't see that as a term of endearment. And I would assume that the Germans really should know what that means. So if they're doing it, people on the, I brought up the interview with people on the street saying it don't look right. Call it what you want, but I'm just simply saying it. If the people in Germany are saying that, I'm not going to just throw out what they're saying. Nobody should live in guilt, but you can recognize the sins of your father and apologize for them. Big difference. I can agree with that, Marissa. You can't. I don't want to live in guilt either. But here's the issue, though. We know in America, most of the wealth lies in the white community and not in minority communities. I mean, we can talk about you can get a job, no matter what race you are. You can get a job, you can live the American dream, whatever the case may be. That's true. But most of the wealth in this country is in the hands of white America. And we don't want to feel guilty about what happened in the past, but that's a reason. That is, what happened in the past has a lot to do with what's going on today. There's no denying that. I mean, we want to believe that you could do something one way for decades, generations, stop it, and then the next day, there is no effects from what you've been doing that whole time. That's not true. So I'm not saying that you want to feel guilty for what happened in the past, but there are areas of life that you will be benefiting from it. I mean, it is what it is. You look at the expansion westward, and they were giving away land and things like that. As we were conquering the Native Americans, and we were expanding westward, whether it's the gold rush, whether it is Lewis and Clark, the American government, to promote expansion westward, were giving away land. None of it went to people of color. Some of that land is still in those families. Or the fortunes obtained from selling that land is still in families through inheritances and things like that. So there's no denying that there are some Americans living today that benefited from the oppression of yesterday. Should you feel guilty about it? That's up to you. That's up to each individual. But if I know I got rich because somebody was mistreating you, should I just ignore that? That's the question to be asked. But the idea that nothing we did in the past has any effect on what we're doing now does not make logical sense. I mean, just the fact that we love guns in America is based on the past. I mean, mostly everything we did in the past has some effect on what we're doing now. I don't know why we try to pretend like that one area doesn't have any effect when everything else does. Are you proud of it or not, says Scooter. Now, that's something you should certainly not be proud of it. Then you should be guilty. If you can look back on the awful things we did in the past and refer to it as something you're proud of, then yeah, you're really bad. Most of them are still the same monsters as their forefathers were. I don't buy that. Obama would have never gotten elected if most people in the country still feel the way they did back then. Because Obama needed a large portion of white America to win. So I don't buy that part of it. I know what happened in Australia, but most don't know what's going on or what happened. Okay, Mars, I don't know what you're talking about there. Discrimination, apartheid laws discriminated against non-white South Africans in terms of where they could. Yeah, they start. And by the way, the blacks in South Africa started snatching their property back and every damn thing. They're oppressing whites to some degree in some areas. Let me go back to the box here. I don't know what I just hit there. Kevin J. Good evening. Welcome to the program. 41-23, 12-24 left in the fourth quarter. So what is that? That's more than 10 points. Philly's going to win. Kevin, good evening.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing good. So what do you think in regards to Elon? You think it's just a bunch of something over nothing?
No. But let me explain to you. In the late 90s, I was part of a white supremacist organization called the National Alliance.
What is it? National Alliance?
Yeah. Dr. William Pierce founded it. He's dead now. He's the one that wrote the Turner Diaries.
Mm-hmm.
I actually had a membership card. So I was a literal card-carrying member for a little over a year.
What made you join? I'm just curious. I mean, you can say whatever you want. I mean, maybe blacks in your area were acting terrible or something. What made you join something like that?
I was in Tampa, Florida. I was young. I was in my early 20s. I'm 50 now. And I wanted to belong to something.
Okay.
I remembered thinking to myself, I specifically asked the guy, okay, I guess I see the difference between black and white, but what's your problem with Jewish people? They look white to me. That's how green I was to the whole thing. Because I moved from the Northwest to Hawaii to Florida.
Okay.
And so I didn't have a whole lot I wasn't subjected to it a lot, and until I got to Florida. And down in Tampa, at least in the late 90s, it was really, really segregated, but not by law, but just by how everybody was.
Okay.
And so anyways, they made me feel like I was part of something, like I belonged to something.
Isn't there a song that says "Give them something to believe in" or something? That's what it sounds like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's essentially it, and I was taught to look in the interviews, listen to the interviews, to what people say and how they attack our people, or when somebody that's supporting us, even though they can't say they support us, in the dog whistle kind of thing.
So then I gotta ask. So you would make an interesting call in this. So I gotta ask you a few questions right off the bat. Do you see any dog whistles coming from Trump or Elon Musk?
Absolutely.
Give me some examples.
I saw it during his debate with Biden. Stand back, stand by. Waits a day and a half before he retracts that. Watch Elon do the salute. You know who? What's his name? The Nazi kid, Nick something or other.
Nick Fuentes. Try not to say that odd C word.
Sorry.
Nick. Are you talking about Nick Fuentes?
Yes. Okay. He was fully reading that message and saying that was absolutely a salute, 100%. When Trump said "stand back and stand by," the Proud Boys immediately started messaging each other. We got the go ahead. He's with us.
Damn.
They had that in the January 6th hearings. They showed the communications about that in the January 6th hearings. When he says there's fine people on both sides, it's I'm recognizing you, but I've got to recognize the other. It's these little things. And the point that I'm getting at with it is, if it's not a dog whistle, these are people that are too stupid or irresponsible to have the platform that they have. If you ever listen to people say Obama, I believe Obama was a great orator. He was a great speaker. When I watched his speech in 2008 when he won the election, I literally cried. Not full on cry.
Before you get into that, okay, considering where you were to the point you're now watching Obama on TV and crying for him, what made you get out of that?
It was MLK Day 2000, the year 2000. January of 2000, I was being told that we were going to go to the MLK Day parade in Tampa, Florida, and we were going to hand out these leaflets that said a lot of the same crap that what's his face was saying. He was a womanizer. He's a degenerate gambler.
Gen X. Gen X was saying.
Yeah, and it was saying all these things, and I was looking at it, and I'm like, This could all be true. It could be. But it doesn't change the fact that the guy put a 1 million man march in Washington, that he gave the I Have a Dream speech,
Right.
that he moved people without violence, right? And I respect that. I respect that. I don't care that he did that stuff if he actually did, and I don't necessarily believe that he necessarily did all of that, but why are you trying to take away from somebody who he never preached violence in any way, shape, or form?
True.
And so then it got me to start asking questions. You have a problem with Jews because you believe this small group of people gain this a massive amount of power, and you're trying to wrestle that from them, but what are you going to do with that? And the answer becomes get rid of them.
Wow.
And I'm like, okay, I don't believe in that. I don't believe in that, and being a part of this is not, and so what ended up really kind of setting it off, and fortunately I moved away shortly thereafter, but I'm like, you guys are jealous of Jews. That's what it is.
Jesus. I was just going to ask, now you moved away, because I'm going to ask, how easy was it to disassociate from that? Because I
moved away.
Okay, because they don't always just let you get out, do they?
No, I have not been back to Tampa, Florida since 1999 or 2000. Yeah, 2000. February of 2000 is when I left.
Wow, that's crazy. Yeah, well, yeah, you make the perfect call, because if you're on the inside, and there's been plenty of folks. I haven't had them on my show, but I would love to. But I've had other folks. You see them on other shows and things like that. They can see the dog whistles. If you've been on the inside before, you know what you're looking for. But it's amazing at how many people say that what Elon Musk did or what Trump is saying is not like that. So do you see Trump, now that we've gotten him in for a second term, do you see him as potentially being, I want to say retroactive, or trying to take minorities and women back? Do you think he's actually trying to do that?
There's evidence to show, if you listen to a lot of his speech, he believes in genetics. Right, and he believes that he is who he is and where he is because he was born of good genetics, and that people just aren't, and most people aren't. And unless you're a billionaire like him, unless you come from money like him, you're not part of who he is. That's at least how I see it.
Wow.
And so I don't think.
So he's not looking at race; he's looking at class.
Yes, he's absolutely. I don't believe he's so much a racial guy or a racist guy. I definitely think he looks down on minorities, but I don't believe that he's the card carrying white supremacist, whatever. But he looks down on everybody.
But let me ask you, because you coming out of Florida, this is an interesting comment, and I think it's worthy of discussing. Jeremiah Brown says the closest thing I've seen to white supremacists in Florida is in prison. Now, why is it that so many folks you talk to will tell you that there are none of these folks walking around on the street, or like you see Elon, for instance, that's not happening? So many folks will say that this stuff all ended decades ago, and that it really doesn't exist in our society. Now, the group you were in, I'm assuming people tried to call you guys out when you were in it. Did you have a way of denying it or something like that?
Well, back then it was actually kind of a badge of honor. We were the #1 group on the most dangerous group on the ADL's list.
Wow.
Right? And so it was kind of a bragging rights thing. Nowadays people are getting canceled, this and that. Again, look at Nick Fuentes. Look at, what's his name? Richard something or other, when the Tiki Torch rally happened. David Duke was out there speaking out, and then they all got kind of pushed down. I don't believe.
So it's not as advantageous anymore to do it in the open.
No.
Yeah.
No. As a matter of fact, like I watch other lives on TikTok here, and there's some host, I don't know if you know RJ Core or RJP Core or whatever his name is.
Doesn't sound.
He started doing. He debates a lot of right-wing people, and when they want to talk transgender, when they want to talk the salute, he forces them. He says, we'll have this conversation, but you have to turn your camera on. Ooh. You have to say this shit with your chest.
That ain't gonna happen.
Right. Well, I saw him, actually, one person turned the camera on and he looked like the Unabomber. You know, he's got the hoodie on and the dark sunglasses, big dark sunglasses too.
Yeah.
You know,
that you raise an interesting point because there's this TikTok video floating around where this girl says something similar. She says if what Elon Musk did was harmless, let me see you do it. Do it on your profile. Let me see you guys greet each other. Do it. If what he did was harmless, if what Elon did was just a salute of showing you love somebody, she said, let me see you do it. And she made a good argument for that.
Yeah, no, that's exactly it, you know, because you'll find, well, actually, you know, okay, he's autistic then, you know, and he's just super excited, you know, but I'm trying to look for it again. I wanted to be able to give it to you today. His father gave an interview and talked about his mother's family.
Was that on News Nation? I think I saw that. I didn't see the interview, but I saw him coming on there. Yeah, I know the interview you're talking about.
But his grandparents on his mother's side were supporters of Hitler.
Wow.
They moved from Canada to South Africa to support apartheid. You know? So like, this guy, he's got a history of it in his family. Don't be embarrassed by what your grandparents did or your parents did. You don't have to feel guilty for what they did. He doesn't feel guilty about what they did. You know, he supports it, I believe. I believe it, you know. But one thing I wanted to point out, I was listening to you a while ago, the 34 felonies, right? You were saying you didn't think it would happen if he wasn't president.
I don't.
Okay?
I don't think it would happen.
I agree with you, but the fact is that the second crime that they talked about was him trying to influence a presidential election. Okay, that's the reason.
You're talking about with the Stormy Daniels money stuff.
Correct.
Yeah.
He was trying to keep a story quiet to influence a presidential election. You're absolutely 100% right. If he didn't become president, it wouldn't have been a big thing. But he was trying to influence an election to become president, which is why it became a thing. Yeah. You know, so.
That's a good point, and that's what the guy Pecker or whatever his name testified. He was one of the heads over at the Inquirer. Trump was using that media publication, the Inquirer magazine, to publish stories that were favorable to him and harmful to his opponents. Even the Ted Cruz dad killing Kennedy stuff, they did that on behest of Trump. And Michael Cohen was working as a liaison between Trump and the Inquirer to publish stories that were beneficial to Trump. So he was literally weaponizing the media. Even though the Inquirer is a small media source, it is media. That when you go to check out at a supermarket, them magazines are standing right there staring you at the face, telling you that Ted Cruz's dad killed Kennedy, which is what he was using when Ted Cruz was starting to beat him in Ohio in the primary, and then it moved on to Hillary Clinton. I mean, that media publication was working on behalf of Trump.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. But all of that aside, right? And put all of his past aside, the SA stuff, all of that, okay? If you saw what he did the other day when he was pulling clearances and security from people, he pulled it from Fauci. He pulled it from Fauci, okay? This guy has been the reason that Fauci's been getting all kinds of threats. His family have been getting all kinds of threats, and then he's made plenty of money. He can afford his own security.
Yeah, he did.
By the way, I think Melania is trying to leave him because he just talked the other day about the fact that he's going to change it to where if you marry a rich man, you don't get to walk away with his money. I don't care if you've been married for 6 years or 25 years or even if you have kids with him. He said this.
He did say that?
He said that. He said, if you can't afford the kids, leave them with me then. And he said that he could borrow, I hate it when people say borrow someone money. You could loan $1 million to her, and if she can't pay it back, then you don't loan it to her. But just because she married him and he worked for that money, she doesn't get to get half of it or any of it.
He just won the man's vote, I can tell you that. Wow. I haven't heard that, but let me just say this in regards to that. I don't know if I totally agree with Trump on that, but I think most men will admit that they believe family court is unfair to men. So doing something like that will get a lot of men votes. Wow. I haven't heard that.
Yeah.
All right.
So, yeah, I just read that 2 days ago.
Wow. That will win a lot of men, even a lot of liberal men that are suffering from the convictions of family court. And you don't have to be rich to get tore up by family court. I mean, if you're, let's say you make 70, 80 grand a year, and you still could be getting enough taken from your income to really make a difference in that woman's life that's taking it. So you don't have to be rich to be a target or get ripped off. That will certainly resonate with a lot of men if he's talking about doing that.
100%. I 100% agree.
Wow.
But like Dem Cal was saying earlier with the constitutional amendment proposal for the third term, have you read anything on that?
I know there's a congressman in Tennessee proposing it. I expect other people will be in favor of it. I don't know how big it'll get, but I know he ain't the only one that's going to be okay with that, because if you speak favorably for Trump, there are rewards and trinkets at the end of the rainbow. So, if you go on record saying, I think this guy's so great he should get a third term, yeah, he gonna like you, and that'll help you get more terms.
That's exactly what's happening. Exactly what's happening. Nobody in their right mind could possibly believe, well, you could get the Democrats and the states to agree, because you need, 36, 37 states to ratify an amendment, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah. 3/4 of the states have to ratify. There's no way you get that, but the Democrats could put a rider in there and send it to the states' constitutional conventions for ratification that any former president, there is no more term limit, and the Democrats would go, okay, cool, we're running Obama.
What are we doing, man? This country is changing. Man, we evolving really fast.
It is, and it's bumming me out because, it's a race to the low road, and I really wanted to see Biden, just instead of continuing with his crap, you know what? F it. I'm going to embrace it. I'm going to resign 3 days before January 20th. I'm going to resign on January 17th, make Kamala Harris the 47th president. So all those 45, 47 hats are worthless. Trump's now the 48th president. Some stupid troll thing, would have been amazing. I mean, this guy released a worthless meme coin to all his. Did you buy any of that Trump coin?
No, I didn't.
I didn't either. But you know what? I got some friends at work that did, and they're pretty pissed off that it dropped 40% in value right after they bought it.
Damn.
These are his supporters that he grifted 2 days before he's inaugurated. Well,
he's a different guy. I got to move it on, but man, I didn't buy any of it though. But thanks for coming through.
Right.
All right. Appreciate it. Good talk, by the way. Kevin J. Absolutely. It was good to hear, because he's been on the other side, and I believe him. I would love to talk to as many callers that have been on the other side as possible. So that's why I would say we don't block, ban, or censor. You don't have to worry about that here. We'll certainly entertain the commentary from anyone. That's how we work here. So you can be critical of the host, anybody in the comment section. When we say we go left of Bernie Sanders to I'm having dinner with Q, we mean that. We believe in everybody being able to speak. 23-48. Philadelphia will be in the Super Bowl, I believe, playing against Mahomes, but 48-23. So they're beating the Commanders by 25 points. So it's over with only 5 minutes or so left in the game. So it's over with. Looks like the Commanders may be on the cusp of they may be about to score. They're getting close to the red zone, but it's over with. I like him too. Eagle 45. Me too. I enjoyed talking to him. Best interview in a while, says Debo. Yeah, he was a good call. I see all of you folks. The compliments are good. Mike says this was dope. He's cool. I haven't had a person on here that got that many accolades in a while. Wow, that's pretty nice. We still have constitutional law, and he can't do what he's doing, brother. They'll stop him. Big Rex, I want to agree with you. You should be right. But if I had a nickel for every time I myself or someone else said Trump cannot do something that he actually was able to do, ultimately, I'd have plenty of money. I don't feel confident that he can't do it. I feel confident that he's not supposed to be able to do it. But at least, I'd say at least at this point, 50% or more of the Republican politicians that govern us are going to ride with Trump no matter what. I'd say about 50% of them now. I know that's sounding ridiculous for me to say that. I normally say about 30%. I see out of the folks that got an R behind their name that are serving at the national level at least, I say about 50% of them are going to ride with Trump no matter what he does. So I'm not confident. Now you got to get the liberals to do some of this stuff. Like my last caller was talking about the 2/3 majority and how many states you need to ratify the Constitution. Because Trump is so rewarding to those who are loyal to him and so punitive to those who are not, I wouldn't be surprised if some liberals jump on board. Wasn't Senator Fetterman of Pennsylvania, seen taking pictures with the January 6th protesters? Fetterman is dissolving right before our very eyes. Senator Fetterman of Pennsylvania. I mean, when you see him on TV nowadays, he sounds like the early stages of Tulsi Gabbard syndrome or Christian Sinema or Joe Manchin. Fetterman sounds like he is literally dissolving right before our very eyes. So I'm telling you, I do believe that Trump is capable of doing a lot more than people give him credit for. I really do. His late term, he lost 93% EO in court, some of the same executive officers. We'll see. They have to if they want to keep their jobs. And that's what I'm talking about, is that Trump is so punitive of people that don't work with him, meaning they lose their jobs, they lose their careers. Some are threatened that they may lose their lives. I think that he can accomplish a lot more than people realize. So I don't count him out anymore on a lot of stuff. I mean, I've seen the guy take 91 original indictments and walk away scot-free. That's some shit out of folklore. Nobody does that. So at this point, I'm not confident he can't do it. I'm just not. And we know he'll try and push it to the envelope. I mean, because like the judge that ruled against his birthright citizenship said, the judge said, I've been in behind the bench for 40 years, and I've never seen somebody present something to me that is so clearly unconstitutional. He questioned why Trump's lawyers, like, why can't you see this? This is clearly unconstitutional. You're in here defending this stuff. Well, the lawyers also know he rewards loyalty and he punishes folks who don't agree with him. So the lawyers would even know, well, shit, if we don't take this case to court, he may destroy our law firm. He's powerful. So I don't totally agree that he can't do this stuff because I'm seeing so much stuff. His supporters don't care, says Teresa. His supporters are supporters. It ain't that they don't care. They're actually supporting him. I've had some Trump supporters tell me, maybe it wouldn't be that bad if he was a dictator. If you believe Trump is the best president we've had in our lifetime, would it really be a bad idea if we had more of them? I mean, ain't nobody been better than him anyway. So if he can get 8 or 12 years, that's just even better. That's gravy. I've had Trump supporters say that, but actually him being a dictator wouldn't be that bad of an idea. So, yeah, I'm telling you, if they propose this third term for Trump, which this Tennessee congressman is already doing, like I said, I'm not saying it's going to make it or it's going to actually happen and Trump's going to win a third term or any of this bullshit. But I do believe you would get enough folks agreeing with it that it would become a story. It wouldn't end with that one congressman. If he proposes that, there will be other Congress members saying, yeah, I agree with it too. It ain't going to end. Wow, the Eagles are about to score again. And the Commanders were in the red zone and threw an interception. So now it's 23-48, and the Eagles got the ball on like the second and third yard line. So it's going to be enough. The Eagles are about to go into the 50s. Let's be fair. You supported banning cars and airplanes. Banning who talked about banning an airplane? Now, I know the left is in favor of getting rid of fossil fuel vehicles for electric vehicles, but who talked about banning airplanes? I don't know where that's going. I'm glad they're getting these folks the hell, and unfortunately, what is it? The hell out, and unfortunately, after this president, Trump can't run again. Well, like I said, depends on what that happens with that proposal. Tim, do you believe Tim Walsh was the best choice for vice president, or was he picked so he wouldn't outshine Kamala Harris? I think you think that Mike Pence was the best choice we had at the time? I think they all are picked so that they don't outshine the president. So when you're asking me, do I believe Tim Walsh was the best choice for vice president, or was he picked so that he wouldn't outshine Kamala Harris? No, you pick a VP because they compliment you on an area you might be weak in. Kamala Harris, if she could do it again, she should be picking somebody like Tucker Carlson or Joe Rogan. Pick somebody that is really popular with men, because that's who she lost, predominantly white men. Tim Walsh was not that guy. Tim Walsh was more popular with women and hell's LGBTQ community, or some more the family man, the family man that might sympathize with the plight of women. No, you need somebody who is favorable to alpha males. That's who Kamala Harris should have picked, because she did really bad in regards to alpha males. So no, Tim Walsh did not I don't think Tim Walsh added anything to Kamala Harris. I don't think he helped her out at all. And he lost apparently to J.D. Vance in the debate. So I don't think Tim Walsh helped out Kamala Harris at all. But yeah, if you're a female, just like Obama, being the first black president, pick one of the whitest white guys he could find that had a long track record of working with both sides of Washington. Biden really helped complement Obama. Picked a guy that was lily white, had been around for a very long time, and was working with the other side. That's what Kamala Harris should have tried to pursue. Somebody who's been, like I said, you almost want to get somebody that is not necessarily LGBT friendly. I mean, you want to get an alpha male. I mean, it ain't like you don't know what your weaknesses are. The right has been criticizing the LGBTQ community ever since Biden was in office. So I think that she should have done something like that. You want to reach out and get somebody that's going to complement areas where you're not that strong in. You're the first woman running for president. Just like when Obama was the first black man, there's going to be a whole lot of whites that don't want a black dude in office. There's going to be a whole lot of alpha males that do not want a woman in office. So you need something to complement that. Something that they identify with, that might be able to tell them, I get you're not a big fan of this, but I'm going to tell you this one right here might be okay. Which is kind of what Biden did for Obama. I get that we don't normally go with these Negroes, but this one right here kind of speaks all right. This Negro right here, look, his mom was white. He might be actually able to work with the team. That's what Biden did for Obama. That's what Kamala Harris needed. Somebody, look, look, we normally go with one of my bros, but look, this one right here ain't that bad. Tim Walsh wasn't the guy for that. Looking in the comments though, Trump not going to finish his term, let alone a third. What's going to happen to Trump, 19 Rottweiler? What's going to happen to Trump? What do you mean he's not going to finish this third? You see how youthful? I hate to use that word in conjunction to a man that's almost 80, but that guy is holding a busy-ass schedule. He's already been to North Carolina, talked to the hurricane victims. He's been to Cali to talk to the fire victims. Held a rally already in Nevada in his first week in office. Tell me that ain't good shit for people that like a president that talks to the people. That's a huge win for Trump. Should be a huge win for anybody. You want your president to talk to the people. Don't just sit in the ivory tower and keep quiet. He don't just pass bills that you don't know about. He talks to them. Now, you may not agree with him, but that is a win for Trump, in my opinion. We need more politicians that are transparent like that. Get out and talk to the people, rally to the people. He tells you what he's going to do, and then he does exactly what he said. Whether you like it or not, that's what he's doing. To me, that's a win for Trump. That's a win for Trump. No, Tim, you want your president to work, not run around and talk to everybody. That dude has signed so many fucking bills in the legislature. You can tell me you don't see Trump is working? That's all he fucking does. He's either signing bills into law or out meeting with the people talking about what he's doing. That's all he does is work. He works more than I do. So I got to disagree with you when you say he doesn't work. That's all he does is work. Now, he plays golf or whatever, but even then he's talking shit to the cameras. And I mean, that's all he does is work. We may not like what he's doing, but he is doing. He's not going to bed at 8 o'clock. He's not demanding a lighter schedule. He's not running from the cameras. In fact, he'll get on camera and say, I'll take a couple questions now, and spend an hour talking to the people. To me, that's a good thing, is it not? You might not like what he's saying, I get it, but is that not something we would want all our presidents to do? To me, that sounds like a good thing. Looking in the comments, stop calling these men out for men. Alpha Wolf doesn't act like that. A responsible and leader of the pack, and when you're a leader, big responsibility to protect. I don't disagree with all that, but I'm simply saying the alpha males are going one way, and that way is not towards your campaign. You need somebody on your team that's going to be able to relate to those people. Kamala Harris and Tim Walz were not that. They just were not that. And they lost the alpha male. The alpha male vote, probably 70-80% of it went to Trump. Definitely leading and not sleeping. Yeah, like I said, regardless of how you feel about Trump, the fact that he works, constantly talks to the people, it is what it is. 55-23. Not just a win. That's an ass kicking. Man, they beat the Commanders by a lot. God, I wanted to bet on that game. They were 6-point favorites. And they won by like 30 points. More than 30. 32 points they're up. Wow. That's an ass kicking. Maybe they'll win the Super Bowl. Anyhow, folks, I do want to catch the Mahomes game because I got a bit of money on that. I didn't get a lot of support on this damn program today. Not a Galaxy or any of that shit in a year, it seemed like, but I did put money on this game, so I need to get my money from somewhere. So I gotta go and watch this Chiefs game to root on Mahomes soon. Why you're not talking about the Voting Rights Act? What part of it, Yusuf? Alpha males and the alpha BET people are the same. What do you mean? Alpha males and alpha betas? What you saying? I don't get that. Hope you have a win. Good luck to the show. Me too. I do too. I got a couple $100 on the game, Craig. Couple $100 on it. Stuttering time. What does that mean by that, Mark? Couple $100 on the game. I'm hoping that. I think the Mahomes, they only 1.5, 2-point favorites. So it should be they expecting a close game. But then again, like I said, the Eagles were only 6-point favorites, and they beat them by 30-some points. So we'll see. If you bet it on Kansas City, I hope you lose. With Timothy Lee, you are hoping I lose because I did put that money on Mahomes. I did put it on Mahomes. Wouldn't this be round 3 for them if they go to the Super Bowl? Wouldn't this be round 3? Are we not working on a black? Well, he's I guess he's biracial, but we say a black Tom Brady. I'm hoping he get his 3rd ring, okay? I'm not hating. Don't hate on me. I'm hoping he get his 3rd ring. I'm going to ride with Kansas all the way out. But I see you in that Timothy Lee Center. You hope I lose. And it would be the first three-peat. Chris, you're right. It would be the first three-peat if KC wins. Time to quit yet, Mark? Not yet. Sports ball is rigged as fuck. I don't know. Now that in regard, this is totally off the topic, but he's talking about the games being rigged. I can't speak on it. I don't know, but with America betting on games all over the damn place now, where there's money, there's corruption. So wouldn't surprise me if in the future you find out. Pete Rose did that stuff back before he passed. Back when he used to play. Nowadays, I bet there's a whole lot of people betting on games because you can do it so easy. I'm just hoping for a game that's not questionable referee. Well, you got Mahomes in the game. We can't let nobody touch Mahomes. Come on now. Call a penalty on the play for breathing too hard. Some of your steam got on Mahomes. 10 yards. Real quick, I'm gonna go ahead and move it on. Appreciate you guys tuning in. I got to get up out of here to catch the game. It is your boy, Tim the Handsome Liberal. Thank you guys for all tuning in. Philly rules, 55 points. Yeah, they won by a lot. Thank you guys for all tuning in. As always, stay up on what's going on because people ain't always telling you the truth in regards to what's going on politically. Yeah, big dog. Thank you for the hat and mustache showing the program some love. I do appreciate that. Thank you very much. I'll catch you guys tomorrow. Follow the program, subscribe. Take care. Same on my YouTube audience.